All right. Thank you very much, Tony, for all your hard work organizing this. My name's David Borden, and I'm the chairman of the Striped Bass Board, and welcome to the meeting. I am the governor's appointee from the state of Rhode Island. So today we have a fairly extensive agenda of issues that we're going to take up. And so the first order of business is to approve the agenda. I have a couple of changes already on the agenda, and I'll just read through these. One is when we get into item 4, we're going to get a report by North Carolina staff on the management actions that they are anticipating. And number 2, Pat Kelleher asked to briefly address the board at the start of the meeting, which I will do. Tony Kearns, once we get into Amendment 7 issues, has requested a brief period of time to address the board in terms of work priorities. So let me ask, and Mike Luisi has already requested time under other business. So are there any other changes to the agenda or any other suggestions? Tony, any hands up?
I have no hands, Mr. Chair.
All right, so the agenda, the modified agenda stands approved as discussed. We next get into the proceedings from February. Are there any comments, additions, corrections, or objections? If not, what I will do is approve them as submitted. Any hands up, Tony?
No hands.
Okay, the proceedings stand approved without objection. Public comments. We normally take comments on items which are not on the agenda. And so items that are going to be discussed on the agenda are essentially off limits. So are there any members of the public that want to address the board and raise issues that are not on the agenda? Hands up, Tony?
I see no hands, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. It's my intent in terms of public comments to take some public comments when we get to motions, but they will be limited by time constraints. The board has 3.5 hours to get through this issue, and that includes probably an hour and 15 or 20 minutes worth of reports and time for questioning. So we've really got a confined timeline to try to get through this. I would ask members of the public to not raise your hand during the proceedings. In other words, when we get a motion on the table, it will simplify the administration of the process if just the board members raise their hand. And before I call the question, I'll go to the audience. We'll take down all the board hands and basically go to the audience so that some members of the audience, if there are only a few people that want to speak to an issue, I'll probably recognize them. And if there are lots of people that want to speak on a particular issue, I'll probably just pick a few people from those that want to speak. So without further introduction, I think we're going to take item 4, Albemarle Sound, Roanoke River Striped Bass Assessment. On this particular issue, we need action by the board. We have a draft motion which we will put up at the end of the discussion. So the first item of discussion at this meeting is the present, excuse me, I have gone by the chair of the commission asked for about 2 minutes to address the board. So Pat Kelleher, before we take up the Albemarle Sound issue, would you like to address the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you for allowing me just a moment to address the board as the commission's chair. As you all know, striped bass is known as the Commission's flagship species. You also likely know that Congress acted back in 1984 and passed the Atlantic Striped Bass Act, and this was the beginning of the moratorium years, the time we all sacrificed, and a time that the recovery of this flagship species began. Since then, we as a management body have strived to address and maintain the recovery in a way that benefited this fish and the fisheries it supported. Throughout this time, we've continued to exercise our state's rights and put forward our opinions on management that is best for both the species and our state's interest. I would say we've likely had mixed results over the years. That brings us to today. I feel there's a lot at stake, not only for striped bass, but ASMFC as well. Some are stating that the Commission has a credibility problem, that we've taken our greatest fisheries management success story and reversed it. Whether you agree or disagree with these comments, you must agree that we are at a crossroad with management, and today we are deciding which way we'll turn. Things are changing. Many species the Commission manages are seeing shifts in their abundance and distribution. Striped bass is not immune to this change, as our stock assessment shows that the stock is overfished and overfishing is occurring. While I personally don't think we're at a point we were in 1984, the downward trend of the stock is evident in the assessment. For many of the Commission species, we're no longer in a position to hold out hope that things will revert to what they have been previously if we just hold static. Change is happening too fast, and actions need to be taken. Today, I'd ask this board to think about what is best for the species, but also what is best for the future of the Commission. I suspect that this will be a painful discussion and sacrifices needed to find a path forward. The small amount of pain now pays us dividends down the road. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to address the board, and good luck with this meeting. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Pat. I apologize for almost skipping by you. So we'll go back on the agenda and deal with the Albemarle Sound Roanoke striped bass assessment. This is an action item on the agenda. We have to approve this. And so the first presentation will be on the stock assessment and the peer review, and the presentation is going to be made by Laura Lee and Charlton Godwin. So Laura, do you want to begin?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and management board members. Good afternoon. My name is Laura Lee. I'm the Senior Stock Assessment Scientist with the North Carolina Division of Marine Fisheries. Also with me is Charlton Godwin, and he is the North Carolina Estuarine Striped Bass FMP co-lead for the North Carolina Division of Marine Fisheries. Next slide, please. Okay. So the unit stock for the stock assessment includes all striped bass within the Albemarle Sound and Roanoke River management areas, and so we abbreviated the AR stock. Striped bass in North Carolina are jointly managed between two state agencies. The North Carolina Division of Marine Fisheries manages commercial and recreational harvest in the Albemarle Sound Management Area, that's the ASMA. And the North Carolina Wildlife Resources Commission manages recreational harvest in the Roanoke River Management Area, known as the RRMA. Striped bass stocks in the Central Southern Management Area are not included in the interstate FMP for Atlantic striped bass due to their non-migratory nature. Next slide, please. The stock assessment of the AR striped bass stock was conducted following the division's standard operating procedure for stock assessments. The stock assessment used data from 1991 through 2017 and included both fisheries dependent and fisheries independent data, and are listed here. The fisheries dependent data gives us information on removals and the biological characterization of those removals. And the fisheries independent data are surveys that give us information on population trends on different components of the stock, as well as the biological samples that go along with those surveys. Next slide, please. So on this graph, we see the landings for the ASMA commercial sector and the recreational landings for both the ASMA and the RRMA. The y-axis on the left there is in units of pounds. The two solid lines, which I hope are showing in blue and green, show the total allowable landings, or TAL, and that's been in place since 1991. One thing to notice is that since the mid-2000s, neither sector met their TAL in most years. Even after the 2014 revision that reduced the TAL landing starting in 2015 from 550,000 pounds to 275,000 pounds, harvest did not reach the TAL. Next slide, please. Okay, we're going to jump right into model estimates, and here we show the model estimates of recruitment of age 0 fish, female spawning stock biomass, or SSB, and the SSB reference points. Note that recruitment, which is shown in the blue bars, measured in thousands of fish on the second y-axis, which is on the right, peaked in the mid-1990s through 2000, has since declined, and has been especially low in the most recent years of the assessment. SSB is shown in the green area graph there in the back and is measured in pounds and is represented on the first y-axis, which is to the left. Female SSB peaked in the late 1990s through mid-2000s, and you can see it's declined since. The solid black line represents the SSB threshold. In North Carolina, the threshold determines whether or not the stock is overfished. That is, if the SSB in the most recent year of the assessment, which was 2017, if SSB is below the line then the stock is considered overfished in the final year. And here you can see that the SSB in 2017 is below the threshold, indicating an overfished stock in 2017. And the dashed black line indicates the SSB target. Next slide, please. And here we show the model estimates of total population abundance and fishing mortality represented by F. Population abundance of striped bass in the AR is shown in the light blue area graph to the back. It's measured in thousands of fish and represented on the second y-axis, which is to the right. It was highest in the mid-1990s through the early 2000s and generally declined through 2017. And that, again, that's the final year of the stock assessment. If you recall the landing slides, you'll remember that landing started declining in the mid-2000s, and that's the same time frame when we see the total population start to decline in the stock. Estimates of F are shown by the green line with dots and measured on the first y-axis to the left. The model shows that F was relatively low and steady through the 90s and the early 2000s, and since then, F estimates have been more variable and tend towards higher values. The solid black line represents the F threshold, and this determines whether or not overfishing is occurring. That is, if F in the most recent year of the assessment, 2017, is above this line, then overfishing is occurring in that final year. So here you can see that F in 2017 is above the threshold, indicating that overfishing is occurring. Now the dashed black line is our F target, and our FMP states that if the estimate of F is above that line, then management action is triggered. Next slide, please. So here we have a summary of the biological reference points for female spawning stock biomass on the top, and the biological reference points for fishing mortality is the second table there, compared to the terminal year or 2017 estimate from the stock assessment. And as I already mentioned, the stock is overfished and overfishing is occurring. Next slide, please. So all of North Carolina DMF stock assessments are subject to an independent peer review, and these workshops are open to the public. The peer review panel endorsed the results for management use for at least the next 5 years and concluded that the stock status determination was consistent with professional opinion and observations. They did make some recommendations, including that abiotic factors such as river flow and key biotic drivers such as catfish predation and competition be considered in the next assessment. They also recommended a collection of sex-specific growth data to better inform growth estimates and length or age-specific mortality estimates, and also to resolve some of the concern on growth estimates that were showing little difference in growth between the males and the females. Next slide, please. So as I said, the assessment ended in 2017, but to show how this trend in declining recruitment has continued, we updated our nominal and GLM standardized indices here through 2019. And And so poor recruitment is the primary reason we believe for the population decline. We did see many years of above average recruitment from the mid 1990s through 2000, and that resulted in a sharp increase in abundance. Starting in 2001, though, several below average recruitment years led to some spawning failures. So those low recruitment years, 2003, 4, 9, and 13. And then most recently, very low recruitment in 2017, 18, 19, and 20. Next slide, please. So while the peer reviewers did approve the model for management use and were confident in the declining trend in recruitment based on assessment results and results from our juvenile abundance survey, there was a lot of uncertainty in the potential causes of the decline of recruitment. One really key uncertainty was related to the impacts of changes in river flow on age 0 abundance. Reviewers also felt that predation by blue catfish could potentially impact recruitment of striped bass directly, or could influence food resources for striped bass through competition for prey. So the review panel suggested future assessments consider formally incorporating the flow recruitment relationship into the stock assessment, as spring flow conditions are believed to influence recruitment and ultimately stock abundance. Thank you for your attention to my part. Now I'll turn it over to Charlton to walk you through North Carolina's management response to the assessment results.
All right, next slide, please. Okay, thank you, Laura Lee, and good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Again, my name is Charlton Godwin with the Division of Marine Fisheries, and I'm also the division's representative on the ASMSC Striped Bass Technical Committee. We've only got a couple of slides left to get through here just to talk about our management response. This is just a graphical representation of the process we're currently in. Starting at the top of this, the first step in the development of Amendment 2 to our state FMP was to conduct a stock assessment. Results of the assessment indicated the stock is overfished and overfishing is occurring, as Laura Lee mentioned, and within our management plan, our state management plan, as well as Amendment 6, management action must be taken to reduce F back to the target. So the two boxes to the left are that reduction that we took under Amendment 1. That started in January of 2021, where we reduced the TAL based on the necessary reductions to get the F back to the target. But in conjunction with that, the North Carolina Division of Marine Fisheries and the Wildlife Resources Commission staff are continuing to develop Amendment 2 with expected approval by our Marine Fisheries Commission in mid-2022. Next slide, please. To implement the needed harvest reductions, the division developed a November 2020 revision to Amendment 1. Basically, that's just a revision to our FMP that lowered the total allowable landings. We have a quota for all these fisheries. That lower total allowable landings will remain in place through the development of Amendment 2. An update to the stock assessment will occur in 2023 with data through 2022 to recalculate stock status and potentially a new harvest quota. The calculation for this reduction was based on the necessary harvest reduction to get F back to the F target. Landings in 2017 from all sectors were 119,244 pounds, and they were needed to be reduced by 57%. And again, that was implemented through our November 2020 revision to meet adaptive management in our amendment and ASMFC's Amendment 6. Next slide, please. So just to give you the quotas for our sectors, we have a commercial and recreational sector in the Albemarle Sound management area. So the commercial sector is 25,608 pounds, and the Albemarle and Roanoke River management sectors for the recreational sectors will be 12,804 pounds each. This is a drastic reduction from the even the harvest levels that we had in the early 90s when the stock was recovering again from being overfished as well. So just to remind the board, our commercial sector has daily quota monitoring. Our fish dealers must call in each day with the number of tags used and the weight of the harvested fish, so we have the ability to close the season very quickly to keep our harvest below these TALs. And as a reminder, the North Carolina also has striped bass surveys, creel surveys, specifically for the recreational harvest in the Albemarle Sound and the Roanoke River, because MRIP does not cover those areas. Again, we have the ability to generate estimates with about a week or two lags time. So we are hopefully, going to be able to keep those harvest levels below those new towels. The Wildlife Resources Commission runs that creel survey in the Roanoke River management area, and we run the one in the Albemarle Sound management area. Next slide, please. So, and with that, I'll be happy to take any questions from anybody from the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlton. Any questions for either Laura or Charlton? Tony?
Mike Luisi is the only hand.
Mike?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, just a question for Charlton. So just so I understand, no, thanks for the presentation. It was a lot of good information. So when the state of North Carolina goes through the regulatory process for making adjustments to the stock assessment results, do you do that independent of ASMFC, or does that have to go through ASMFC? Do you have to propose that through the commission? I know it's been a while since you made changes, but I'm just trying to get an understanding of what your process is, as it's different from ours.
Well, it's similar to the ASMFC process. So we, through the previous addendum, the state of North Carolina now uses the biological reference points from our stock assessments instead of the proxies from the Chesapeake Bay as we did. So if we have changes to the management just relative to reductions in towels, I think that's a fairly easy process. Our stock assessments do have to get, the overall stock assessment has to get approved by the board for management use. But as far as, once that is approved, our adaptive management states that if our stock assessment says we're over the fishing mortality, then we reduce harvest, and I don't believe that would have to get a board approval by the board.
Okay. Yeah, it's a little different from how we do it with the rest of the stock. I mean, I get it. You guys have your own assessment, and I'm trying to understand, your process for making changes when you have results like you have. So, I thank you for that. I appreciate it, Charlton. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the question.
Mr.
Tony,
Chair, you have
any other
Roy
hands up?
Miller. Roy Miller.
Thank you. Charlton and Laura, thank you for the presentation. Historically, there was a time when the Albemarle Roanoke Sound System was considered to contribute maybe 5% to the coastal stock. I don't know if that's still the case, but what I'm wondering is, now that the stock has been declared overfished and overfishing is occurring, do you think that relationship still holds, or is there some ceiling below which there probably is minimal to no contribution to the coastal stock from the Albemarle system when the stock is more depressed? I'm just curious about your opinion in that regard. Thank you.
Yes, sir, Mr. Miller. That's a great question. Our stock, based on tagging data, as our stock recovered and the age structure expanded, our fish don't immigrate out of the Albemarle Sound as an early age as they do in the Chesapeake Bay. So as our stock recovered and we saw stock abundance increase and the age structure expanded out, we still have a pretty broad age structure now, but the number of abundance in that age structure is smaller. We see more and more tag returns from up the coast, from New York, New Jersey, Massachusetts, and as our stock abundance does decline, that gets smaller as well. We still, we had a 31-year-old fish return from one of our recreational anglers in the Roanoke River last year, tagged in 1999, I believe, or early 2000s, early 2000s from the 99-year class. But so we do still have some older fish in there, and we do still see some tag returns from the northern states. But again, as our population abundance has declined and the number of those older fish declined, we have less contribution to the coastwide stock. I can't really, I'm not sure that we really have the data to put a percentage. Is it 5%? Is it 10%? I'm not sure we have the data to do that, but it ebbs and flows just as with the Chesapeake Bay and the Hudson stocks. When they have big year classes, you know, they'll contribute more as well. I hope that answers your question.
Tony, any other hands?
Mike Luisi.
Mike?
Yeah, thanks again, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for the second opportunity to ask a question. I'm wondering where North Carolina stands on its involvement in the amendment that we're going to be discussing. Is the amendment, and this may be a silly question and it might be a really easy answer, but is the amendment that we're discussing, does it include North Carolina, or is it not inclusive of North Carolina and their separate Albemarle Sound and Roanoke fisheries?
Tony,
Thank you,
Bob,
Mike.
to that point?
Mike, in terms of the measures that North Carolina has put in place in response to their stock assessment, those don't go into the amendment because, as indicated earlier, we default management of the Albemarle Sound Roanoke River to the state of North Carolina. The board, as it is in addendum 4, just approves the stock assessment for management use.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I'm clear. So through addendum 4, if we start a new amendment, is there something, or are we going to have to put something in that amendment to give North Carolina the ability to manage on their own, or I mean, how does that work?
It's already in the management plan for them to manage their stock on their own.
Okay.
Unless to change that, then it would continue forward.
Perfect. All right. Thanks, Tony. Thanks, guys.
And Tony, this is Charlton. I will just add for the board members, harvest in our ocean waters, you know, outside of the Albemarle Sound management area in the Atlantic Ocean from 0 to 3 miles, that does follow whatever regulations come down from the ASMSC amendments. Those are the regulations we have in place in the ocean. So we follow whatever ASMSC has in their amendments for our fishery in the ocean.
Correct.
Tony, any other hands?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so we'll move on. The next issue to take up is a presentation of the stock assessment and peer review by the technical committee, Kevin Sullivan. Kevin, welcome.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. So like you said, I'm Kevin Sullivan from Natural Fish and Game. I'm the current chair of the TC. And I'd like to tell you what the TC had to say in their discussions about the Albemarle Roanoke stock assessment that Laura Lee and Charleston just showed us. You go to the next slide. So as we just talked about, the TC was tasked with reviewing the 2020 stock assessment on the AR stock from NCDMF. Under addendum 4, the stock is managed by the state of North Carolina using reference points from the latest stock assessment accepted by the TC and then approved for management by the board. The TC met on March 9th. Laura Lee and Charlton Godwin and other NCDMF staff members presented a similar presentation to what we just saw. I think ours was a little more thorough. It would include model setup, results, stock status, and the management process. And then, as always, discussion followed. You can go to the next slide. Laura did tell us that the TC, or told the TC that the assessment had been previously reviewed and approved by an independent external peer review process. And ultimately, the TC recommends that the board approve the stock assessment for management use. But they did provide recommendations to NCDMF to consider for future assessments. The next slide. The TC recommended they continue discussions on their natural mortality estimates. Specifically, they noted in the assessment that they had some concerns about the value used, 0.4, that might be a little high. TC recommended they continue exploring factors contributing to peaks in high fishing mortality and variability in the stock. They noted in their presentation poor year classes, I believe it was ages 3 to 5, and recruitment variability impacts that they believe are related to environmental conditions such as flow and predation. They should consider impacts of movement of fish into and out of the management area. Explore alternative target thresholds for female SSB that are less conservative if the recruitment is largely driven by environmental factors. Next slide. They should continue exploring factors that impact the recruitment. Notably, there was an observed pattern of 2 to 3 years of poor recruitment, followed by 1 to 2 years of higher recruitment. I also believe that the peaks were becoming lower over time. They should consider developing interim projections for the time between assessments. Consider using tagging data to validate the growth curves. Continue reviewing historical data for insight on what could be considered normal for that stock. Next slide, I think that's it. Any questions on that?
Questions for Kevin? Tony?
I have no hands, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so
Richie White. Richie White.
Richie White.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Kevin. Notice the discussion about flows possibly being brought into future assessments. Has the technical committee given any thought to this for Chesapeake Bay and the other producer areas as something to be looked at as it relates to the poor recruitment we've been having? Thanks.
Yep, thanks, Richie. That's a great question. I don't think specifically that's been talked about by the TC, but I do know that in the discussion on this stock assessment, that they believe that that is a factor in their recruitment, and I know that in our coastwide assessment and the Chesapeake Bay assessment part of that, recruitment is an issue in trying to track reasons for that. I don't think we specifically talked about flow, but it is, it's definitely a point of interest for the TC, but we don't have anything specific on it.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Tony?
No additional hands, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so let me just thank Laura and Charlton and Kevin for their work on this, and Kevin, pass along my thanks to the technical committee for the review, and I very much appreciate the fact that the North Carolina staff has done this. So we're going to move on to management actions. We added this to the agenda. Basically, Chris Batsavich is going to update us on the management program. Chris?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think Charlton's slides covered a lot of that. And what it showed was what we're doing in place right now is we put in measures to end overfishing starting in 2021 with the very low quotas for the commercial and recreational fisheries in the Albemarle Sound and Roanoke River. That's resulted in much shorter seasons and lower bag limits to ensure that we end overfishing and start rebuilding the stock as soon as possible. And as Charlton mentioned, we're further developing Amendment 2 to the North Carolina Estuarine Striped Bass Management Plan to put in more management measures in addition to the ones we have right now to end overfishing and help rebuild the stock. If there's any additional information that the board would like, willing to field questions, and Charlton's still on the line, so he can definitely help answer those. So thanks.
Thanks, Chris. Any questions for Chris or his staff? Tony?
I see no hands.
Okay, so thank you very much, Chris. This action item. We have a draft motion. The staff has prepared a draft motion, which Tony, if you could put that up, please. Or Emily.
Yep, Maya will do that for us. And I think Chris Batsavage has his hand up to make a motion.
Chris, are you making this as a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I move to accept the 2020 Albemarle Sound Roanoke River Striped Bass Stock Assessment and Peer Review Report for management use.
And you have a second by Emerson Hasbrook.
Seconded by Emerson Hasbrook. Any discussion on the motion?
You have
Tony?
Mike Luisi.
Mike?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. I put my hand up to second the motion. So my hand's down now. No questions. Thanks.
Thanks, Mike. Any other hands up? Tony?
No additional hands.
No hands. So are there any members of the public who want to comment on this motion? If you do, raise your hand.
Just giving them a second. I see no hands by any members of the public.
Okay, so we're back to the board. Any objection to approving the motion as submitted? Any hands up?
I see no hands.
Motion stands approved by unanimous consent. Next item of business is Amendment 7. And what I'd like to do is just kind of outline the process that I intend to follow on. This is an action item for the board. As everyone is well aware, this has been preceded by an extensive outreach effort by the commission. There have been 11 hearings, almost 500 written comments submitted, including a number of comments from associations, which represent literally thousands of fishermen. So we've had an opportunity for significant public comments. We're going to start the discussion with a series of reports by the staff on various issues in order to provide the board members with a comprehensive update on all aspects of the action. Following each of the reports you're about to hear, I'll take questions and comments. And if we have time if time allows, I'll take some public input. So before we start this, Tony Kearns had asked for a minute to address the board in regard the issue of prioritizing issues and work availability in terms of how much staff time and PDT time is available to address these issues. So Tony, do you want to address the board?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would be happy to address the board. I just want to, remind the board on the timeline that is outlined in this management document that Emily will be going over. It is quite an aggressive timeline for what was originally put forward, that this document would be approved in February of 2022. It would be up to the board to determine whether or not that would be the implementation timeframe for that year or implementation in 2023. If all 9 issues or any additional issues from the 10th other category stay in this management document, it will be impossible for staff and the PDT to maintain this time frame. And even if only 4 or 5 issues remain in this document, it could be potentially difficult to hold to this time frame. So as Emily goes through these issues, it'd be very helpful for the board members to think about the prioritization of the issues and when the issues need to be addressed. And I think it's important that you can consider putting something in the parking lot that still says it's an important issue to the management board, but you want it to be in the next document. Because we've scoped for all of these issues, several of them could easily be moved into an addendum immediately following this management document's completion. And so this will be Emily's priority. She does have a couple other species that she works on, and obviously we hope that this will be the priority for the members of the PDT, but we also recognize that they have additional jobs back in your states. And so we just want to make sure you take that into consideration as you think about which issues you're going to carry forward in the development of Draft Amendment 7 and which issues you will take out and perhaps put in the parking lot for a future management document. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Tony. Any members of the board want to ask Tony a question? If you do, raise your hand, please.
I have two members of the board, Mike Luisi and then John Clark.
Mike, and then followed by John.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. So Tony, did you say that the timeline for a possible 2023 implementation on any actions that come from the assessment and any changes that we make through this document, your staff can only handle maybe, did you say 4 or 5 of the 10 or 9 or 10 elements or alternatives in the proposed amendment?
I didn't specifically say, I said, 4 or 5. It depends, Mike, on which issues you maintain. For example, if commercial allocation is maintained in this document and how wide of considerations the management board wants staff to look at, as you know, allocation is a very difficult issue to address. And so that could take more time than another issue that might be simpler. So it really does depend on the scope of the issue and the direction that the board provides.
Okay. Yeah, thanks. Real quick follow-up, Mr. Chairman, if that's okay.
Mike.
Yeah, so I think there are a number of issues that are connected, which are going to be hard to tease out from each other. But we'll see how the conversation goes. I understand as much as anyone the need to try to find some way to move forward with the resources we have to get things done. And maybe not all of these issues are going to be taken up in this amendment, but I think there's a lot of connectivity between the different issues, and I think it's going to be hard to peel some of these issues away because they're all connected. So I'll leave it there. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll see how the conversation goes in a little bit. But thanks for the opportunity to comment.
Thanks, Mike. John Clark. John?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Hey, Tony, it's just more of a process question. If a management issue is not in the amendment, typically we can change things under the adaptive management measures within the amendment. I'm just curious how this will work. If we have a new amendment 7 that has, let's say, half the issues that we had considered in the PID are not in the amendment, would those still be, would it be possible to put those into adaptive management so that they can be changed in the future? Or are these addendums all just going to be like standalone management actions that don't connect to the amendment?
John, just as you said, yes, if the adaptive management section states a management tool that can be adapted, can be changed through adaptive management, then we can do that through an addendum. Oftentimes there's the catch-all if it's already in the management document, but you can also add additional tools that you might want to be using in the future, and those would be done through an addendum as well.
So just in summary, that we can put in an adaptive management even if the issue is not discussed in the amendment, so that it can be addressed in an addendum at a later date.
You can.
Thanks.
Mr. Chair, you have Dennis Abbott.
Dennis Abbott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would it not be my understanding that we're not obligated to put anything into the proposed amendment at this point in time? That's left to us to decide today and whenever we conclude our review of the PID and move forward.
Dennis, if I understand your question, I know of no obligation to take one of these items and put it in. I think that's a decision up to the board. But Tony, if you, or Emily, if you disagree with that, please speak up.
You are correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
That's also my understanding, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Dennis. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to start off with the first series of reports. So we're going to deal with public comments, and Emily's going to go through all the comments, and then we're going to take questions on it. So Emily?
Thanks so much, Mr. Chair. And if it's okay with you, Mr. Chair, this presentation includes both the public comment summary and the advisory panel report for all of the issues, and then I'm happy to take questions at the end of the presentation. All right. So today, again, this is Emily Franca, FMP coordinator for Striped Bass, and today I will start out with a brief background and the timeline that Tony mentioned for Amendment 7, and then I'll go through the public comment summary as well as the advisory panel report for each issue in the order that they were presented in the public information document. So to start off with some background, in 2019, the board accepted the 2018 benchmark stock assessment, which indicated striped bass is overfished and experiencing overfishing. So in response to these results, the board initiated Addendum 6 in 2019 to end overfishing and bring fishing mortality to the target level in 2020. The Addendum 6 measures are designed to achieve an 18% reduction in total removals coast-wide, and they were implemented in 2020. And also part of Addendum 6, the circle hook requirement when fishing for bait for the recreational fishery was implemented in 2021. In August 2020, the board initiated the development of Amendment 7 to the Striped Bass Fishery Management Plan to address a number of issues facing striped bass management. And the last plan amendment to the FMP was Amendment 6, which was adopted in 2003. And since then, the status and understanding of the striped bass stock and fishery has changed, and this has raised some concern that the current management program may no longer reflect current fishery needs and priorities. And so the board initiated the development of Amendment 7. So here's the proposed timeline for Amendment 7. The PID was the first step in the Commission's formal amendment process, and the PID was approved for public comment in February 2021. And that public comment period for the PID closed on April 9th. And the current step in this amendment development process is the board meeting today, as the board reviews the public comment as well as the advisory panel report and considers providing guidance to the plan development team on developing draft Amendment 7. And the next steps would be preparation of the draft amendment and a board review of that draft and approval for public comment. And then after a public comment period, the board could consider final measures for the amendment as early as February of next year. And finally, just as a reminder of the stock assessment schedule for striped bass, the next striped bass stock assessment update is scheduled for 2022 to take place over the summer and fall timeframe of that year. The Amendment 7 PID addressed 9 issues listed here that the board identified for consideration in Amendment 7, as well as issue number 10, which captures all other issues. And the PID itself provided an overview of each issue and outlined a series of questions for the public to consider related to each issue. As I mentioned, public comments were accepted on the PID through April 9th, 2021. 11 public hearings were conducted via webinar for 11 jurisdictions, and 491 individuals attended the hearings. And that number does not include state staff, commission staff, or commissioners and proxies. And some of these individuals did attend multiple hearings, and not all hearing participants provided comments. So the hearing summaries only reflect the comments that were provided during those hearings. And as far as written comments, a total of 3,063 comments were received on the PID, and a total of 50 organizations submitted comments, and then a total of 2,397 comments were received through 14 different form letters. And some of these form letters were multiple variations of different organizations' comments. And then 616 comments came from individual stakeholders, including recreational fishermen, commercial fishermen, and concerned citizens. And just a note here, some of the comment emails stated the same written comments as specific organizations, and so they were considered a form letter. Some of these form letter comments did include personal information, such as where the commenter lives or where they fish, but the comments provided on striped bass management were from an organization. If the commenter provided additional comments on other management issues or provided further explanation on the issues beyond the organization's comments, then it was considered an individual comment. The Striped Bass Advisory Panel met via webinar on April 13th to discuss advisory panel recommendations on which issues from the PID to include in draft Amendment 7. There were 11 AP members in attendance at this meeting, as listed here on the screen. Commission staff presented an overview of each issue and a general summary of the comments that were heard at the public hearings, and the AP discussed their recommendations for each issue, which were detailed in a written report that was included in the meeting materials for today. So in the following slides, I'll provide a summary of both the public comments as well as the advisory panel recommendations for each issue in the PID. And each slide will note either PC for public comment or AP for advisory panel to make it clear what each slide is covering. And as we all know, the PID covered a broad range of issues, so the public comments we received also covered a wide range of topics. The public comment summary tables in the slides and in the written public comment summary include the most common comments or common themes that we received, as well as additional relevant comments for each issue. And due to the breadth of comments received, the overview does not represent the entirety of all topics that were addressed by the public comments. So to start off with issue 1, which is goals and objectives, a majority of public comments support maintaining the goals and objectives established in Amendment 6. Many comments noted that the goals and objectives are sound, but the issue is the board not adhering to those. And many comments specifically stated this issue should be removed from consideration for draft Amendment 7. There were a few comments in support of changing the goal or some of the objectives through Amendment 7. And then there were some other common comment themes related to management overall. There were a notable number of comments that support managing for abundance rather than managing for harvest or yield. And regarding the management themes identified by the board in the PID, which were management stability, flexibility, and regulatory consistency, there was some general support for regulatory consistency, and more comments addressed regulatory consistency under issues 5 and 6, which I'll discuss later. And then many comments noted that the management themes, particularly flexibility and stability, should not override the stated goals and objectives of the fishery management plan. Some additional general comments about the general focus of Amendment 7. Some of the public comments noted concern that a rebuilding plan has not been put in place yet to address the overfished stock, and that the board should focus on rebuilding the stock. Some comments noted concern about changing management before knowing how Addendum 6 measures have performed. And then there were many comments noting the importance of the long-term value of the fishery and wanting the resource to be available for future generations. So moving on to the AP report for issue 1, goals and objectives. Different from the public comment majority, the AP recommends including issue 1 in draft amendment 7. The AP noted that there should be an opportunity to evaluate and reconsider the objectives if necessary through this amendment process. They noted that a stricter objective to address declining stock trends could be considered since the stock has been declining under these existing objectives. And also that the existing objective addressing flexibility may need to be addressed given the public's concerns, particularly about conservation equivalency. One AP member also noted that if the objectives are changed, the language should still be general enough so it does not restrict changes to management in the future. Moving on to issue 2, biological reference points. This issue received the most public comments overall compared to the other issues, and an overwhelming majority of the public comments support maintaining the current biological reference points and note that 1995 is an appropriate reference year. Many comments noted that not achieving the target thus far is not a reason to lower the target and change the biological reference points. And many comments also noted there is no scientific justification for changing the reference points at this time. And many comments specifically stated that this issue should be removed from consideration in Amendment 7. And then there were only a few comments that support changing the biological reference points at this time. The advisory panel also recommends issue 2 be removed from Amendment 7 consideration. The AP noted that the comments from the public were very clear in support of maintaining the current reference points based on 1995 as the reference year. And the AP also noted the importance of communicating to the public that although the spawning stock biomass target may be difficult to attain, it should still be the target to rebuild the stock. For issue 3, management triggers, a majority of public comments support maintaining the current spawning stock biomass and fishing mortality-based triggers that are based on the biological reference points. For the recruitment trigger, the majority of public comments were split on whether to maintain the current recruitment trigger or to modify the recruitment trigger through Amendment 7. And just as a reminder, the current recruitment trigger is triggered after 3 consecutive years of recruitment failure. And some of the public comments suggest changing that trigger to better reflect inherent variability in recruitment. For example, changing the trigger to an average of a number of years instead of considering consecutive year values. And some comments also noted the board's required response to the recruitment trigger should be more specific than what is currently required. Continuing with public comments on issue 4, as issues 3 and 4 are presented together in the PID, a majority of public comments support maintaining the current 10-year rebuilding timeline and note that the board should adhere to this 10-year rebuilding timeline. There were a few comments that would support a faster rebuilding timeline. For example, 5 to 7 years was a common suggestion. And overall, the comments expressed concern that there is no rebuilding plan in place to address the currently overfished stock. And the public comments noted they would like to see the board take quicker action in response to the management triggers. On issues 3 and 4, the advisory panel also recommends removing the spawning stock biomass and the fishing mortality-based triggers, as well as the 10-year rebuilding plan from Amendment 7 consideration. The AP noted public support for maintaining these SSB and fishing mortality-based triggers, as well as support for maintaining the 10-year rebuilding timeline. And again, the AP recognized that the public was calling for stricter adherence to those triggers and that timeline. For the recruitment trigger, the AP does recommend including the recruitment trigger in Amendment 7. The AP noted concern that the current recruitment trigger has not been tripped in recent years, even though there have been periods of low recruitment. The AP noted that recruitment is an important factor contributing to stock abundance, and this importance needs to be more apparent through the management triggers. The AP also noted that the Young of the Year index may not be the best or the only proxy for a recruitment trigger, and the board should consider how to account for environmental conditions in conjunction with the Young of the Year indices. And the AP recommends the board improve their communication about their response to management triggers and the process of taking action when a trigger is tripped to address public concern that the board has not responded quickly enough to the management triggers. Moving on to issue 5, regional management. A majority of the public comments received do not support pursuing regional management measures at this time, either because the two-stock assessment model is not yet ready for management use, or because the comments were opposed to regional management in general. And those comments opposed to regional management in general noted that striped bass as a migratory fish should be managed as one unit coast-wide, and those comments would support regulatory consistency along the coast. Some comments also expressed concern about shifting to regional management at a time when the stock is in poor condition, and many comments specifically stated this issue should be removed from consideration in Amendment 7. There were some comments in support of pursuing regional management at this time to account for regional differences for spawning and nursery areas specifically. Most of these comments supporting regional management referenced the Chesapeake Bay, and then there were a few that also noted other spawning areas like the Hudson River and the Delaware Bay. The advisory panel also recommends issue 5 be removed from consideration for draft amendment 7. The AP noted that there is existing flexibility in current management to implement different measures in different states. And the AP also noted that the two-stock assessment model is not yet ready for management use. For issue 6, conservation equivalency, there were a few public comments supporting the current use of conservation equivalency. However, the majority of public comments received support changing when conservation equivalency is used. The majority of comments support using conservation equivalency only when the stock is not overfished and not experiencing overfishing. And then a notable number of comments support eliminating conservation equivalency altogether. There was general concern about the lack of accountability, the inability to quantify and measure the effectiveness of conservation equivalency programs, and some concern about the lack of management consistency among the states. And overall, a majority of commenters noted the importance of having accountability measures in place to hold states accountable if they do not achieve the reduction outlined in their conservation equivalency plan. The advisory panel also recommends that issue 6 be included in draft amendment 7. The AP specifically noted concerns about the reliability of MRIP data and the use of MRIP data in conservation equivalency proposals, and that this issue with MRIP data needs to be discussed, particularly when the MRIP PSE is above 50%. The AP also noted that stronger accountability measures for conservation equivalency need to be put in place, and there should be some discussion around the required data and data standards that would be needed to implement these accountability measures for conservation equivalency. The AP also noted that the comments at the public hearings expressed clear concern about the current use of conservation equivalency. And finally, the AP did note that conservation equivalency can be an effective tool, but the board needs to address the public concerns about it being a loophole. For issue 7, recreational release mortality, there were a few comments noting that recreational release mortality should be treated the same as other sources of mortality, but the majority of public comments received on this issue support addressing recreational release mortality through increased angler outreach and education, additional gear restrictions beyond circle hooks, and or seasonal closures during conditions associated with higher mortality rates. For education and outreach, a common suggestion was requiring anglers to watch a video or take a test on best fish handling practices in order to get their license. For additional gear restrictions, suggestions for gear restrictions beyond requiring circle hooks include not allowing the use of treble hooks or gaffing, or also requiring barbless hooks. And then there were only a few comments in support of measures to reduce effort, for example, shortening the season or closing the fishery on certain days. And many comments also support additional research on release mortality rates for different fishing methods and gear types. And comments also support updating the recreational release mortality estimate that is used in the stock assessment model. And many commenters specifically noted the ongoing release mortality study that's being conducted by the Massachusetts Division of Marine Fisheries. The advisory panel recommends including issue 7 in draft amendment 7, and the AP supports considering a wide variety of options to address recreational release mortality, including options for effort control and additional gear restrictions. The AP noted that unique conditions in certain regions, for example, warmer water temperatures, should be taken into account when considering which measures would be most effective in certain areas. The AP also recognized that there is broad public support for addressing this issue as heard at the public hearings. And the AP noted the overall importance of continued angler outreach and education to address this issue. And then finally, one AP member did note that as a predominantly recreational fishery, recreational release mortality needs to be accepted as part of the striped bass fishery. So moving on to issue 8, which is recreational accountability. Relative to some of the other issues, there were fewer comments overall that addressed issue 8. The majority of public comments received on this issue note that this issue should not be included in Amendment 7 because it is a complex issue that applies to multiple species and it might distract from other issues in Amendment 7. Specific to recreational harvest limits or RHLs, some comments do not support pursuing an RHL or other quota system at this time because the current reporting systems and recreational catch data are not sufficient. Other comments were opposed to a quota system or RHL in general for the recreational striped bass fishery, and some of these comments noted that there is already accountability in place through existing regulations. And many comments overall stated this issue should be removed from consideration for draft Amendment 7. There were some comments in support of pursuing an RHL or quota system in Amendment 7, and these comments noted that the recreational sector needs to be held to the same standard as the commercial sector. And other comments support starting to address recreational accountability in general at this time, for example, by pursuing new reporting technologies and improving reporting. Some comments suggested creating a striped bass stamp to generate funds to improve MRIP data collection. And there were also a few comments in support of using a tag system to limit recreational harvest. And overall, there was general concern about the uncertainty and reliability of current MRIP data. The advisory panel could not come to consensus on whether to remove or include issue 8 in draft Amendment 7. So for the AP members who support removing this issue from consideration for the amendment, note that there is already existing accountability through existing measures like effort control, size limits, and gear restrictions. And quotas that are used for the commercial fishery are not as applicable to the predominantly recreational striped bass fishery. These AP members noted that it may be appropriate to consider sector-wide recreational accountability in the future, but not in Amendment 7. And they also noted that this issue could be discussed by the ISFMP Policy Board as a commission-wide policy across multiple species, but it should not be included in Amendment 7. And then the AP also expressed some concern about how this issue was presented in the PID, and that there has been some confusion on what recreational accountability is referring to. Those AP members who support including issue 8 in draft Amendment 7 noted that there needs to be some discussion on what accountability could look like, since the majority of striped bass removals are from the recreational sector, and that there needs to be an opportunity to explore the options for recreational accountability for the striped bass fishery. And then finally, these AP members noted that recreational accountability at a sector level is in place for other species and so should be considered for striped bass. Moving on to issue 9, which is coastal commercial quota allocation. Similar to issue 8, there were fewer comments received overall that addressed this issue. There were a few comments that support maintaining status quo allocation at this time, and did not support addressing this issue in Amendment 7. However, the majority of public comments received on this issue support updating the commercial quota allocation to be based on a more recent time frame to better align with current fishery conditions. The majority of the advisory panel recommend that issue 9 be removed from consideration for draft Amendment 7 with one objection. So those AP members who support removing issue 9 from consideration noted that there are not better data available to use for commercial allocation because the current allocation system based on the 1972 through 79 time period has been in place for so long, since 1995. AP members noted concern that changing the allocation at this point may penalize states who have implemented conservative measures for their commercial fishery. So some states may not be achieving their quota due to stringent regulations and not because they couldn't catch their quota. AP members noted that they have not heard the commercial sector asking for the quota allocation to be updated. And the AP members noted that this allocation issue could be addressed in the future, but should not be addressed in Amendment 7. As I mentioned, one AP member would support including issue 9 in draft Amendment 7. Specifically, they would like to see a mechanism for states to transfer unused quota to other states, particularly those states who received a commercial allocation but did not have a commercial fishery. And just a note, this AP member provided these comments to staff via phone after the meeting, as they had to step away from the meeting before this issue was discussed by the full AP. And there was some AP discussion about states that currently receive a commercial quota allocation but do not have a commercial fishery. One AP member noted concern that some states use their commercial quota to support a recreational bonus program. However, other AP members commented that states do have the authority to decide how they use their commercial quotas. And again, one AP member noted that they would support a mechanism to transfer unused quota to other states, and another AP member noted they would be opposed to such a transfer mechanism. So to wrap up today, I'll cover issue 10. In issue 10, other issues summarizes other common themes from the public comments that were not directly related to issues 1 through 9. And again, due to the wide range of comments received, this overview does not represent the entirety of topics that were addressed by the public comments. So there were a range of comments on various harvest control measures, ranging from reducing commercial harvest to a few comments supporting a catch and release only fishery. Many comments related to harvest control supported a moratorium on all commercial and recreational harvest for some period of time. Suggested time periods ranged from 3 years to 10 years or until the stock is rebuilt. Some comments support designating striped bass a game fish and eliminating commercial harvest while allowing for recreational harvest. And other comments on harvest control included general support for a 1-fish bag limit for the entire coast, and some comments proposed daily bag limits per boat for charter boats instead of per person. Other issues that were common in the public comments, many comments support increased funding for enforcement and as well as stronger penalties for poaching. And to generate increased funds for enforcement, some comments suggested increased licensing fees or the concept of a striper stamp to raise funds that could be allocated to enforcement. And then there were some comments expressing concern that the 2015 year class is approaching the slot limit and that the slot limit needs to be reevaluated and potentially changed to protect this year class. And then related to commercial gear, there were some comments supporting a ban on commercial gill nets. And other comments on commercial gear included support for developing a metric to track commercial discard mortality. There were many public comments that identified a variety of measures to protect spawning fish and large females. These comments included proposed spawning area closures, closing or putting additional restrictions on the spring season, eliminating the trophy fishery, some sort of maximum size limit to protect the large fish, addressing concerns about commercial harvest of large fish, and enhancing and protecting spawning habitat. And then regarding spawning stock research, there were many comments supporting additional studies of individual spawning stocks to determine their relative contribution to the coastwide population. And there were also many comments on the impacts of climate change and environmental factors, and commenters noted that management needs to be able to respond to these changing factors that impact striped bass mortality. There were also many comments noting the importance of menhaden and other forage species to the health of striped bass. Some of these comments support reducing menhaden harvest, and others noted the importance of maintaining the striped bass biological reference points, since they are now connected to the ecological reference points, or ERPs, that have been adopted from menhaden. And then for human dimensions research, comments support social science research to better understand the value of the recreational fishery and changes in angler behavior. The advisory panel also identified other issues to consider in Draft Amendment 7. Similar to the public comments, the AP also identified protecting the 2015 year class and considering a change to the current slot limit to protect this year class. They also noted there should be some discussion on the use of slot limits in general. The AP also identified the importance of protecting spawning and pre-spawn fish, and the AP noted that area closures should be considered to protect these fish, and states may need to coordinate to consider potential closed areas and other measures that may be region specific. The AP also supports increased and stronger enforcement. And then additionally, the impacts of predation on striped bass and the shifting distribution of the stock was brought up as well. So again, here is the list of the 10 issues from the PID. And now here in red are issues that the public comment majority and or the advisory panel would support including or addressing in Amendment 7, just to get a visual idea of what the public comments and the advisory panel is recommending. And then to wrap up, here again is the timeline for Amendment 7. Today, the board is considering providing guidance to the PDT on what to include in the development of Draft Amendment 7. So with that, Mr. Chair, I am happy to take any questions on my presentation.
Thank you, Emily. Very comprehensive. Questions for Emily? Tony?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to take just a brief moment to thank Emily for all of her hard work. As many of you know, Emily just joined us on staff this year, and she's done an amazing job of getting caught up and understanding the Striped Bass Management Board and conducting all of these hearings that we did with Striped Bass. And I just wanted to say thank you to that for her. And for questions, I have John McMurray only right now.
John McMurray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I got a quick question on what constitutes a form letter, because I think there's a little bit of confusion there with the public. Emily, you seem to indicate that if an individual endorsed the opinions of an organization, then that becomes a form letter, but I'm pretty sure that's not the case. Can you clarify that for me?
Thanks for the question, John. So if an individual provided the same comments that an organization provided word for word, then we did consider that a form letter. However, if the individual provided additional comments on other issues or additional explanation on the issues in those comments, then it was considered an individual comment. And I'll see if Tony has anything to add here as well.
No, that covers it, Emily. John, it's a really tough way for staff to, it's a tough decision sometimes for how staff to get through some of the comments. In particular, if someone just says, hi, my name is Joe Smith and I enjoy fishing and then they cut and paste the information from one of the organizations. We would consider something like that a form letter.
Other questions, Tony?
I have Marty Gary, followed by Justin Davis. And I
Marty?
did use, Mr. Chair, John McMurray's connection was lost, so I'll try to get him back.
Marty?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and kudos again. Just first comment, two comments. One quick kudos again to both Emily and Tony for the great job that they did with all the hearings. That was a very arduous process. I listened in on every single hearing except the Maryland hearing, which was held on my birthday, and my wife told me I couldn't listen in. So, but you all did a great job, and kudos to everybody in the public, those folks that are listening in right now, for taking the time and participating in the process. All that having been said, the board members certainly need to listen to, very intently to what those comments were. But this process was fascinating to me, Mr. Chairman. Because of COVID, because of the virtual hearings, there were certainly some pros. I got a chance to listen to what the folks from Maine and New Hampshire said, where if it was a regular hearing pre-COVID and brick and mortar structure, we would have gotten the report, but you really didn't get a feel for how those people articulated their feelings. So I thought there were some bonuses to that. But the flip side of that, and my last point on this is with the public feedback, is there are certainly folks that struggled. We have a significant commercial constituency in the Potomac in our jurisdiction, and I encouraged them best I could. I gave them as much advice on how to participate. I think there are a combination of technological challenges for some of those folks. And that's not to say other sectors and people that participate in other sectors didn't have the same challenges, but some of these folks were challenged by the technology, and some of them just are more comfortable in in-person setting, which at least at PRFC we're used to, and typically we have really good turnouts for those in-person settings. So I just want to make sure everyone knows that I'm just speaking for myself and my experiences, but I feel like there are some underrepresented sectors, and we're just going to have to do the best we can as board members to take into account those folks that maybe tried, maybe had a sidebar conversation with myself or other board members to explain, because I can tell you apathy was not an issue with this PID. People care, they were concerned, they continue to be concerned. So I just want to make sure that folks consider that. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Marty. Dr. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a question for Emily or Tony, and it regards the statement we heard in the presentation that many members of the public have commented that the commission does not have a rebuilding plan in place for striped bass at the time. And this is something I've heard quite a bit from our constituents in Connecticut, and I think it's one of the things out there that's sort of undermining public faith in commission management of this species. I think the statement is correct in that following the 2018 stock assessment during the Addendum 6 process, I don't believe we tasked technical folks with doing projections of what it would take explicitly to get SSB rebuilt within 10 years. The focus was primarily on the management trigger related to fishing mortality and ending the overfishing condition within 1 year, and that's what the Addendum 6 measures were designed to do. However, the projections that were done at that time showed that those Addendum 6 measures would get the stock well on the way to rebuilding. And also, my understanding is that that FMP requirement is still in place and the board is still subject to it. So we are still subject to the 10-year rebuilding timeline unless we change something. The stock needs to be rebuilt to SSB target by 2029. So I guess my question is sort of, is what I just said, does that sort of reflect the truth of the situation, or sort of your understanding that, even if we don't have a formal 10-year rebuilding plan in place right now, we are still subject to that 10-year rebuilding time frame? We're currently in it.
Thanks for the question, Justin. Yes, per the current management triggers, the board is subject to that rebuilding timeline as outlined in those management triggers.
Justin, you finished?
Yep, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. John, I'm going to go back. John McMurray, I may have cut you off. Did you have a follow-up to your question? John?
Yeah, sorry, I had trouble with my audio there. I'm back up. I did have a follow-up, and it was more of a comment because I know that there's a tendency to value form letters to some extent, and we shouldn't and we can't do that here because some might not understand this because I understand some exist in an environment surrounded by peers, but for most of the public, all this is very difficult to understand. Now, when other organizations are able to successfully simplify it all, well, that's helpful. And to be very clear, the folks who did submit form letters understand full well things like adjusting the reference points or lowering the bar on what a rebuilt stock looks like. They understand conservation equivalency and how it's being used. And those letters just help that part of the public get their point across to managers. And that's all. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Other questions, Tony?
You have Dennis Abbott.
Dennis?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Like Martin Gary, I listened in on 9 of the public hearings, and it was very informative. I also must admit that I read 1,091 pages of public comments. Some of the pages I read rather quickly, but I did read the whole of the not summary, but all of the comments. And I don't think in all my years that I ever saw comments provided so thoroughly and so well thought out. I think that when we look at all those comments and as we move forward in making, well, determinations on where we should go, that the public has given us clear direction on what we should be doing. And lastly, I will thank Emily and Tony for doing such a good job. But Tony, I think it was very cruel to put Emily in her first year on striped bass. But she did a wonderful job.
Tony, any other hands up?
You just have one member of the public.
Okay, so we're going to take that one member. Who is it?
Des Khan.
Oh, go ahead.
The last speaker raised the question that I've been thinking about. What is the role of science versus public comment in managing a species like striped bass is the question. We had overwhelming comment from the public, mostly recreational anglers, that they want to either maintain the current reference points or strive for even higher abundance levels of striped bass. That's sort of a democratic pulse taking. However, science, and I'm referring here, the science of population ecology, has learned that when you have a population you're trying to manage at very high abundance levels, you get negative feedback and negative effects due to competition. And that is why, if you're familiar with the original reference points in fisheries, which were known as maximum sustainable yield reference points, for example, the original Schaefer model, the target biomass was recommended was 50% of what was evaluated as the maximum potential carrying capacity that the stocks could support. In other words, 50% of the maximum abundance was the recommended target. Now, through the evolution of that, we're down to recommending 30 and 40%. For example, fluke, it's 30% of the maximum potential abundance is really the target because they use SPR 30%. The reason is that when you get high abundance, you get negative impacts. Now, is that occurring in striped bass? Absolutely. in the Chesapeake Bay, going back to the 90s, when I was on the TAG committee, we discovered very high increases in natural mortality.
Could you bring your comments to a close quickly?
Sure. The mycobacteriosis epidemic and scientific evidence of starvation in Chesapeake Bay resident bass indicates our density is too high, and it's kind of irresponsible to then restrict catches further, which is going to increase wasting of fish. Thank you very much, sir.
Yep. Thank you. Tony, any hands up? Any other hands up?
Mr. Chair, you have Mike Luisi, and you did get another member of the public.
Mike, you're going to go back to the board now. Mike?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if you want to go back, keep it to the public, and I just have a comment after we get through the public comment. It's up to you, I guess.
I'll take one more public comment, but to the members of the public, when you comment, please try to limit your comment to 1 minute. Thank you. Tony, who's individual?
Jim Fletcher.
Jim.
For 3 days or 2 days, I have listened to this. And I go back to the original ASMFC has an article that allows for enhancement of the stock through spawning the fish and releasing them. It is about time we look at an enhancement program to bring this stock back that is done correctly with all female fish. On the other side of the coin, we are not addressing water quality and the surfactants that are in it. If you look at the salmon spruce budworm and its ability to reduce the Atlantic salmon population, you could see where the problem is, but we are not addressing the problems with what we're doing. I beg you to get back to some basic science and look at where the true problem is. We have animals that lay 1 million eggs, and we cannot figure out how to get the populations up. We need to get back to basic science and not what we're doing. But all of this has been done. No one is asking the question, why aren't 1 million eggs from one fish replacing the stock? Thank you for your time. And like I say, for 3 days, I've listened to it. And basically, we're not looking at where the problem is. And thank you for allowing me to comment.
Thanks, Jim, for staying within the timeline. I'm going to go back to the board. Mike Luisi.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. And yeah, thanks, Jim, for your comment. You know, as I sit here and listen to this, and I very much, I have to give a lot of credit to Emily and Tony and others that were involved in summarizing and putting together public comment for the board's consideration. I do find, I've been in this field for 20 years, and I do find that sometimes there's a lack of what the consequence is to what's being recommended. And it's hard when you start an amendment and you have as many elements in that amendment that are being suggested to understand how they all incorporate together and how they all bind together for managers to make those decisions at the end. So I guess what I'm saying is I would prefer at this time, based on the comment, that we understand a little bit more about the consequences to commercial and recreational and charter boat fishing based on the issues that are being discussed before we start to peel away the different alternatives. I know that it's a little more taxing on staff, that there's a little more work that has to be done. And I know we have a timeline that we're trying to get things done like in the next year or maybe a little bit more than a year. So it's just my comment, Mr. Chairman, and I'll leave it there. I feel like there's still some development that needs to happen under some of these alternatives, so that the stakeholders can understand the consequences of their comments. And I'll stop there and leave it there. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. So we're going to move on with the agenda. We got two more really brief comments. Emily's already commented on the stock, I believe, on the stock assessment schedule. Do you want to comment further, Emily, on the timeline?
I don't have any further comments, Mr. Chair. I can just pull up here the timeline again. I just included at the bottom of the screen here just a reminder of when the next stock assessment update is, which is next year.
Okay, so we're going to move on to the action portion of the board meeting. But before we do it, what I would like to do is just make a couple of brief comments, and then we're going to take about a 5-minute break to allow people to get up and stretch their legs, get something to eat or drink, and then we'll be back at it. So after the break, this is a process statement. After the break, Emily's going to put up the same PowerPoint slide of the Amendment 7 issues. And it's my intent at that point to allow any jurisdiction that would like to make a very brief comment on their preferences to be able to do it. If a particular jurisdiction doesn't want to comment, there's no obligation to comment, but this is in lieu of just taking having a general discussion on issues. So if 2 or 3 states want to sit there and look at the list of issues and then offer an opinion to the board that issues 1, 5, and 7 clearly should be removed, and issues this X, Y, and Z should be included in the addendum, please do that at that time. It's not necessary to give you reasons, because the process that I intend to follow after that is we're going to go back to that same list and we're going to go through each one of the items. So everyone on the board is going to have the ability to add detailed comments on the item. What you do when we come back from the short break is basically to offer your summary opinion, and you don't need to defend it. You don't need to give a rationale. And the reason I'm doing this, I want to see whether or not there's some common ground on issues. And there are kind of a couple of ways that the board can come at this. You can basically make a motion to include one of those 10 items in the amendment, or make a motion to exclude it from the amendment, or make a motion to defer it. As John Clark had suggested earlier, we've got a couple of options that we can utilize for some of the less important or less well-defined issues. And that would be, we could take some of these issues and put those into a trailing amendment, or include those in adaptive management. So that's kind of my view of the range of options. I would just emphasize before we go to break that we need to prioritize, given Tony's advice in terms of staff availability and PDT availability, we need to prioritize these issues. The more complex the issue, the fewer issues we should have on the list. So depending upon the nature of the complexity of each issue, that will determine kind of the number that get included on the list. So I'm just saying that as guidance. And when we come back, I'll just make a couple more comments on process. And then we'll go directly to the board and basically start asking for motions. So we're going to take a 5-minute break. It's 2:42. We'll reconvene at 2:47.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask for maybe more than 5 minutes? Can we do maybe? I'm sorry I'm not trying to overstep your decision, but the 5 minutes sometimes by the time we all get convened, it can be kind of tough. Can we do maybe 10 minutes and come back at?
How about 7? We're meeting.
Or seven if you want. Yesterday we got in a bind and the 5 minutes happened so fast and we weren't able to make a vote on because we were all doing our caucus. So
7 minutes.
How about we do 2:50? That's 8 minutes.
Yeah.
Is that good?
Yeah, I'll give you the extra minute, Mike.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Yeah, I appreciate that, David. All right, thanks.
Yeah.
And Dave, this is Tom Foley. I have my hand up for a while, but I'll wait till we come back.
Tony, we back on?
We're back on. And Mr. Chairman, Tom Fody had wanted to make a comment, but I didn't have a way to let you know his hand was raised. So.
Okay, so Tom, you get the last comment, and then I'm just going to make 2 quick points, and then we're going to go straight to the issues and start to get input on them directly. Tom Fody.
Just a general comment on public hearings. I've noticed with this last public hearing and the last couple of ones we've done over virtually, which I expect to get bigger turnouts and more involvement, actually just the opposite has happened. And I also remember that when public hearings were actually going to do something at that time, a lot of people don't get involved, and the people that do get involved are basically the ones that have strong opinions, but the people sitting in the audience that have feelings the other way sometimes, because you're not going to affect them right away, don't show up to them. I also realized from the conversation that was coming from the public hearings and questions that were asked and statements that were made, is I realized this was a lot younger crew that had not been around in the early days of the fishery, or I'm calling the early days of the fishery, in the 80s and the 90s. And most of them came out in the 2000s. So they didn't know what the fishery was back then when they started talking about moratoriums. So I think we're missing a large, it's like people like me that don't do texting, don't do a smartphone, and don't want to do webinars. They don't show up. I have to do it because I'm a commissioner. But there's a lot of them that hate to get on the computer, and they're zoomed out. And so I think that was part of the problem with the public hearing process. And that's all I wanted to comment on.
Thanks, Tom. So we're going to get back on the same schedule that I outlined. So this is just as background for the comments. We need to decide which issues should be included in the amendment and which should be deferred or removed. That's what the task is for the board. It is likely that there's going to be considerable discussion on some of these items. And so I urge you to be as clear and non-repetitive as you can be. If we have a large number of individuals that want to comment on a particular issue, it's very likely you're only going to get to comment once. Use your opportunity at the mic judiciously and make your points. I very much urge people to not be repetitive. If somebody else makes a statement that you agree with, just say, I agree with so-and-so. Let's start the process. Are there any jurisdictions that just want to make a 1-minute statement on what their preferences are. If they're not, we're just going to move right into the list of issues, and I'm going to be looking for motions. Any hands up, Tony?
Mr. Chair, I have Massachusetts and Maryland and PRFC, and I have, so it'll be Mike Armstrong.
Just stop right there. So we got Massachusetts first. Mass?
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I read this document and what's happening with the fishery, we have to be laser focused on building SSB, not wordsmithing, not refining things, and not including things that do not have a direct impact on F. F is the only tool we have to build this SSB back. We have 5 years locked and loaded that are average or extremely poor. That is troubling. If 2021 comes in with another bad recruitment year, we're in a world of hurt, and I don't know how to get out of it, honestly. We need to pare this down to items that will help boost SSB. And we have plenty of time to address any items that are left behind during the rebuilding period. So I'm going to suggest we get rid of items 1, 2, 5, 8, 9. And I'll leave it at that.
Thanks, Mike. And that I use Mike's comment as an example of why I asked for this. It just provides context for where Massachusetts might be coming from. The next state, and once again, please try to confine your comment to about a minute, is Maryland.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. And I don't speak for all of our representatives on the board, but I will speak for our state. I agree with a lot of what Mike just mentioned, but I do not support the removal of reference points as a discussion point. So Mike, and I think fishery goals and objectives, that's the fundamental basis for what we do. If you don't have the appropriate goals and objectives, none of the other elements and other components make any difference. So, I would like to see us go forward with goals and objectives, reference points, triggers, stock rebuilding and schedule. Regional management has been a major issue for us. I'd like to get back to having I know that I get criticized sometimes for using the term, we have, our resident stock areas. Conservation equivalency, that could be dealt with at a different time. Recreational release mortality, super important. Recreational accountability, we have a rec reform work group that I know you are familiar with, that's working with the council. That could be set aside. And the commercial quota, it just doesn't fit, even though I understand from the proponents for it, from the state of Delaware, they want some consideration. I don't know that needs to be in here. So
okay,
I'll offer that, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
PRFC.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. In the interest of brevity, I'll just go through the things I think should remain from PRC's perspective. Maintain number 1, goals and objectives. Keep management triggers. Maintain biological reference points in the document. Maintain regional management. Combine recreational discard mortality and conservation and recreational accountability. So that would be 6 and 8. I believe they're linked or can be linked. Maintain conservation equivalency. And akin to Mike's comments on number 9, I have empathy for the proponents on this one. And I would hope maybe we could deal with this as a separate addendum in parallel. So those are PRC comments, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Marty. Anyone else, Tony, that had their hand up?
We have,
and before we go any further, please don't comment as an individual, I was really looking for jurisdictional type comments because we're going to get into all everyone, all the board members are going to have an opportunity to comment as individuals coming up very briefly, hopefully. So if you've got a organization or a jurisdictional recommendation, please make it. Any other hands up, Tony?
We have Justin Davis for Connecticut, John Clark for Delaware, and Richie White, your hand was up, but it went down. So if you could put it back up if that was your intention to speak.
Okay, Justin and John Clark, and then I'm going to move on to the motion portion of it. Justin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think Connecticut is looking at this through three lenses. What will the current state of the science support moving forward on? What do we need to take immediate action on to address before 2022 when we're going to get the next stock assessment and potentially have to take our next management action? But perhaps most importantly, what feedback did we get from the public? What is the public support moving forward with at this time? Given that, Connecticut would favor removing issues 1, 2, 4, 5, and 8 from the document. Issue 9, commercial allocation, as some other folks have said, I'm on the fence about that. I'm very sympathetic to those states that feel like their allocation is outdated. I would like us to address that. I worry that including it in this amendment is going to slow things down. Perhaps we could move that to a parallel action. I think of the issues that we'd like to leave in, conservation equivalency is very important for us to resolve that before we take action in response to the 2022 stock assessment. And I think there is a good reason to take a look at the management triggers, specifically the recruitment trigger. And obviously recreational release mortality is a major challenge right now that we need to continue to grapple with. So that's where Connecticut is at.
Right, John Clark, you've got the last general comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just talking to my commissioners from Delaware, we'd like to see the goals and objectives kept in, and biological 1, 2, and 3 kept in. The regional management, I agree with Marty about conservation equivalency and recreational accountability being kept together. As far as recreational release mortality, an important issue, but we feel like we're doing what we can with it right now, so that could be something to be looked at later. And of course, we, as has been pointed out, we've been bringing up the coastal commercial quota allocation. We think it is a very important issue, and we would like to see it stay in. Thanks.
Thanks, John. Okay, so now we're at the point where I would like to see motions. I just want to remind everybody, we're going to discuss each one of these issues. I think we have, given the amount of public input that we've had on these issues, I think we need to address these issues right up front and tell the public what we intend to do in response to all their excellent comments on the issues. So I would appreciate it if people would frame their motions in the mode of make a motion to include it within Amendment 7 or reject it and not include it or defer action on it. So to one of the other mechanisms that John Clark spoke about recently and before. So let me open the floor to anyone that wants to make a motion, keeping in mind we're going to deal with all 10 of these. And please limit your motion to one particular item so that we don't conflate the issues. Any hands up, Tony?
Mr. Chair, I'm going to give you 3 hands at a time, and I'm just going to restate what you said before so that the members of the public know I'm not ignoring them. I'm going to wait until the chairman asks for the members of the public before I give him those names. So the first 3 people that I have are Richie White, Dave Sikorsky, and Marty Gary.
Marty, okay, Richie, you've got the first motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to remove issue 1 from the document. based on public input. And this would mean that we're maintaining our existing goals and objectives. Thank you.
So Richie, we've got a motion up on the board. Is that what you intend? Is it? Okay.
Correct.
Okay, do we have a second? Tony?
John Clark, are you seconding that? Your hand is up. You're the first name on the list.
Okay, so we've got a motion by Mr. White, seconded by Mr. Clark.
Nope.
Well, I forgot it was up, but that's fine because we need to discuss it anyhow. That's fine.
Okay, so we have a valid motion on the table. Richie, do you want to comment? And then we'll go to John next, and then the other members of the board. Richie.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Chair. It will be quick. The public clearly wants us to continue what we already are trying to do and maintain the existing goals and objectives. And I'm listening to the public and think we should do this. I think it's going to be hard to get more conservative. I mean, the public, some in the public would like us to get more conservative, and I think these goals and objectives are plenty conservative enough. Thank you.
John Clark.
Sorry, my hand had been kept up. I hadn't really, I had wanted to keep goals and objectives in, but based on what Richie said, keeping the current existing goals and objectives is something I think that is okay. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Sean. Any other members of the board want to comment? Tony, hands?
Yep, I have John McMurray, Marty Gary, and Mike Luisi.
Okay, John McMurray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support removing issue 1. I think the current goals and objectives are entirely appropriate given striped bass's life history, particularly those objectives related to the maintenance of a broad age structure and an abundance of older, larger fish in the population. As the board knows, there's no stock recruitment relationship, and spawning success really depends on environmental conditions, and a diverse age and size structure is important to hedging against those poor recruitment years. Maintaining enough older and larger fish in the population provides a buffer against periods of average to below average recruitment. And lastly, the public is overwhelmingly in favor of keeping current goals and objectives intact. And it's hard not to think that any tweaking of the goals and objectives is intended to liberalize how we manage this fishery. And I'm pretty sure the public overall doesn't want that.
Thanks, John. John, let's see, Marty Gary.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'll pass on my turn as the previous speakers covered me. Thank you.
Thanks, Marty. Mike Luisi.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I agree with John, but I also think that it doesn't hurt at times to revisit the objectives of a fishery. And the last time that we, set goals and objectives was almost 20 years ago. And so I think it's important for the public to understand that by considering new objectives, not that they have to be that different, but by considering them, it doesn't mean they have to. There's always a status quo alternative as part of the decision making, but it might be important to factor in some of the comments that may not have been part of the majority on maintaining status quo on this for goals and objectives, and just giving it some thought. What do we really want from this fishery? Is it so I at this point right now, I'm going to object to this motion, and I'd like this to be developed a little bit more and get some PDT comment and get their thoughts as to from the board, from how this could be developed a little bit differently and how we can look at this fishery differently. It's been 20 years, and the ocean's changing, the environment's changing. I think it's worth consideration. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Tony, who else do you have that hasn't spoken on the list?
You have Pat Gear, Tom Fody, Justin Davis, and Dennis Abbott.
Am I up?
Back here, Pat?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just more of a point of clarification. If we decide that we're not going to, we're going to maintain the existing goals and objectives, does that mean, as John put it, we would not have the ability to tweak the wording in these objectives? I mean, it would remain exactly the same, because it has been 20 years and, there's new verbiage, new words and verbiage that could be used to update this. I don't want to change the objectives and the goals, but would we still be allowed to, rework some of the wording in the goals and objectives if we do not move forward with this as an issue?
Tom Fody?
I'll make mine real short. I agree with Mike Louisi.
Thanks, Tom, for being brief. Justin Davis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had my hand up to make a motion on a subsequent issue, so I'll defer speaking on this one.
Okay. Tony, would you remind me of the last name? Was it Dennis Abbott?
That is correct.
Dennis Abbott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support this motion. I think the public has spoken clearly, and I hope that the board members, if we could take a vote on this, we'd see if they agree. If we try to change it, I don't think that the public sentiment will change, and it will show that they're happy with the present goals and objectives.
Tony, are there any other board members that have not had an opportunity to speak once?
They're not, but I don't know if you want us to answer Pat Gear's question.
I'm going to have to defer to you.
Yeah, I'd like an answer to that if you can. Thanks.
I'm actually going to defer to Bob. I'm not sure if we can tweak language and not change the meaning or not. So I'm going to ask him to respond.
Bob?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. If the document doesn't include, if the public information document, public hearing document doesn't include the notion of changing the goals and objectives, then those are locked in. We can't modify those because we didn't bring that idea out to public and provide the public an opportunity to comment on potential changes. The board can even, just bring the current versions out to the public and see what they have to say, and decide they want to make changes later, or you stick with status quo. It's up to the group, but something needs to be in the public hearing draft of the amendment to be able to modify the goals and objectives later on.
So Pat, does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. So Tony, once again, are there any board members that have their hands up that haven't already spoken?
You have no additional hands, Mr. Chair.
Well, I'm going to call a question. I'll give you a 2-minute break to caucus on this, and then we'll reconvene.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While we're breaking, John McMurray, your microphone is open.
Hey, Tony, this is Dave Sikorsky. To avoid confusion, am I in the queue for the next opportunity to make a motion after this vote?
Hold on, let me go back to that list because I have a couple lists. Where did it? Oh, on the floor. You are
David, David, you're next, and then Marty.
Oh, thank you, Mr.
Motion.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
And David, if it's okay for me to ask, once we get a motion up for everybody to put their hands down, and then we'll get the queue back going for motions. I just don't want to mix the people that want to comment on the motion versus those people that want to make motions.
Okay. So we're going to reconvene. Before I call a vote, I'm going to take 2 comments from any member of the public. You're going to be limited to 1 minute. Maya is going to put a clock up, and you have to adhere to the timeline. So are there any members of the public that want to comment?
The first 2 names I got were Patrick Paquette and Evan Dinitiman.
And that's it. So Patrick, you're first. Patrick?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tony was letting me access. My comment is more of a question or a reference for consideration. The public is clearly, and I am one of those who believe that conservation equivalency needs to be severely limited or eliminated from this FMP. My question is,
Patrick, this is on the motion. You have to comment on the motion.
My question is, does the flexibility objective have to be edited or removed in order for later on conservation equivalency to be dealt with in the document? Because there is that flexibility of objective, that one line, I believe it's the 5th line, has been referenced to by this board in the past regarding conservation equivalency, and I'm just bringing that up so that the public can achieve later motions.
It would be my view that the board has the right to deal with conservation equivalency later on, but if the staff disagrees with that, they can speak up.
I think that you can still limit conservation equivalency and keep the current goals and objectives as they are. The board just has to be very clear on their rationale and objectives.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you, Patrick. And the other name, Tony, I didn't get a chance to write it down.
I believe it's Evan Dinitiman, and I'm sorry if I pronounced your name incorrectly.
Evan?
That's fine. Thank you so much, guys. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I just wanted to kind of speak to the board. I'm an angler that represents a lot of voices in the Maryland fishing community. I know, and I've spoke to Mike in the past. I think the public comment was overwhelmingly unanimous, and I think a lot of very smart voices showed up in the public comment. I think a lot of very passionate voices showed up in the public comment. So I encourage the board to frame their decision-making to regain the trust of the public in managing this fishery. And I've already heard a couple times in the last 10 to 15 minutes, board members suggesting going against what was very clear public guidance and public comment. So I encourage the board to keep framing all of your discussions today around what is best for this fishery, to quickly rebuild it and listen to the unanimous public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Evan. So we're going to go back to the board. We have a motion on the table, move to remove issue 1 from the PID, maintain the existing goals and objectives. All those in favor, please raise your hand. And Tony, give me a count, please, when you finish that.
Will do, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to let the hands settle. Okay. I have New York, the District of Columbia, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Rhode Island, Maine, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Pennsylvania, Connecticut, and North Carolina. I will put your hands down. The hands are down, Mr. Chair.
Hands down, please.
Yep, I put them down. We're good.
All those opposed, vote no. Raise your hand.
I'm going to let the hands settle for a sec. I have Delaware, New Jersey, NOAA Fisheries, Virginia, Potomac River Fisheries Commission, and Maryland. I will put your hands down for you. I have done that, Mr. Chair.
Any abstentions? Hands up.
I see no hands.
Any null votes?
I see no hands.
Okay, so Tony, would you give me the final count, please?
Emily, can you give me that count?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have 10 in favor and 6 opposed.
So we have 10 in favor, 6 opposed, no abstentions, no null votes, motion carries. The next motion is by David Sikorsky. David?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is David Sikorsky, the ongoing legislative proxy from the state of Maryland. I move to remove issue number 2, biological reference points, from consideration for draft amendment 7. And if I receive a second, I would like to provide some brief justification.
We have a second from Megan Ware.
Motion been made by Mr. Sikorsky and seconded by Megan Ware. David, you want to comment?
Yes, sir. Thank you. And I'll be as brief as possible, but possibly repeat some things. The public and advisory panel input on this issue is crystal clear. And I believe now is not the time to consider changes in BRPs. The on-water fishing experience that comes from an increased abundance in broad age structure, which is reflected in our goals and objectives, is what the public wants. That's crystal clear. And having estimates that show that we are not achieving the current BRPs is not a reason to change them. I think it's fair to say that this would be changing the rules in the middle of the game while the public is very concerned about the status of this stock. I think we can take this issue up in a future benchmark stock assessment. And now is the time to focus on controlling F. Mr. Armstrong's comments about being laser focused on controlling F is key. And that is why I make this motion today, again, to reflect what the public and the advisory panel has clearly stated in the great work that they've done to advise us as a board. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Megan, would you like to offer comments?
Yes, please. Thank you, Chair. Similar to Mr. Sikorsky, I think it's very clear from the public comment that people want to see the Commission strengthen its commitment to meeting the current reference points, not loosen the reins here. And I think that means changing fishing mortality to meet the SSB target, not lowering the SSB target to meet our F rate. If people want to see changes to the reference points, I'd rather see the stock assessment subcommittee continue to prioritize the development of the 2-stock spatial model and see the reference points that come out of that modeling effort, rather than change to another set of empirical reference points at this point. I'll also highlight Tony's comment that I think it's imperative that we pare down the issues in this draft amendment to the most critical ones. This has the potential to be one of the most complex amendments I've seen in terms of the number and complexity of issues and alternatives. And as we have seen in the past, this complex and confusing management document and long public hearings generally impact the quality of the public comment we receive. We really have to start prioritizing issues as a board, and for me, that does not include reference points. And then I would just finally like to say, I disagree with a previous comment that some of the stakeholders don't understand the consequences of their comments. The stakeholders I've talked to are very informed about striped bass management, and I think they completely understand what they are saying. I don't think we can discount the overwhelming public comment we got. Thank you.
Thanks, Megan. I'm now going to take 3 comments from anyone that wants to support the motion, and then I'll do the same thing for 3 people that want to oppose it. So if you want to speak in favor of this motion, raise your hand. Tony?
Mr. Chairman, this is Mike. Can you give us a minute to caucus? This is a big deal, and I just want to make sure that
Well, Mike, you're gonna be able to caucus at the end of this. So if you need extra time, I'll give you extra time.
I just thought you asked for the question. I thought you called the question. I'm sorry.
No, I haven't called a question. I'm asking for up to 3 individuals who want to speak in favor of it, and then I'm going to let up to 3 individuals speak in opposition to it.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. I appreciate that. No, I'll likely raise my hand for opposition. So just let me know when you get to that.
Okay, you will. I'm going to be equal on the treatment. So, Tony, do you have anyone that wants to speak in favor of it? Who are
Yes,
the top 3?
The first 3 names I saw were Justin Davis, John McMurray, and Mike Armstrong.
Okay, Justin, you're up.
Mr. Chairman, Connecticut strongly supports this motion. I think there was a clear signal from the public in the public comment that none of the stakeholders, or the vast majority of stakeholders, are not interested in seeing the board change reference points at this time. I agree that I would like us eventually to get to a place where we're managing with model-based reference points, and I'm optimistic that as we move forward and hopefully get to a multi-stock model and continue to advance the science, we're going to get there. But we're not there yet, and until that time, I don't know what we would use as the basis for justifying a new set of empirical reference points when it's clear that the current set of empirical reference points reflect a broad consensus of stakeholders of what they want the stock to look like. So for those reasons, and the reasons stated previously that we really need to be focused on rebuilding this stock right now, I strongly support this motion.
Thanks, Justin. John McMurray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support the motion. For those who think we need to revisit, well, we'll have a new benchmark coming up that could give us a better scientific basis for changing BRPs should we decide we want to do that. Right now, the use of any other reference point would be arbitrary, and it's clearly intended to allow more harvest at a time when the stock really can't handle it. And it's probably not in the best interest of the majority of fishermen along the coast. There's no scientific justification that I'm aware of for selecting any other set of empirical reference points, and they should only be changed when and if they can be calculated from a peer review population model.
Thanks, John. Mike Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Others have said similar things to what I'm going to say, but I'll say it very briefly. I get nervous seeing a target that we have never hit. That's bad management policy. But I'm still going to vote for this because I don't think now is the time to work on reference points. I think it's very important to take another crack at it, but I don't think we have the analytical tools to do it right now. The TC doesn't have enough time to do it. And all we would do, I think the threshold is fine. We'd lower the target a little. So I don't think we need to address it right now. That's it.
So thanks, Mike. Tony, could you take all the hands down, please?
I've done
anyone
so.
Anyone that wants to speak in opposition to the motion, raise your hand. First 3 names, Tony.
The first 3 names that came up were Tom Fody, Jason McMee, and John Clark.
Tom Fody.
I have to be consistent how I manage all fisheries, and I basically look at reference points, and what we're supposed to do is actually goals that we can reach. I fought the summer flounder reference points because we could never reach that thing, and it came down from 400 million pounds to 130. The same thing with bluefish. We're now basically under constraint to build this stock, and when there's no way we can do any management measures, it's more environmental cause. So I want to put in reference points that is based on science, not just based on a number somebody sticks up in the air. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Justin McMee. Excuse me, Jason. Looking at combining two names.
That's quite all right, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I'm sure you're juggling a lot of names. So thank you for the opportunity to speak. This is a challenging one. I'm opposed to this, but I agree with a lot of the things that folks have said. My biggest challenge here is, for the case of striped bass, there is an issue with the current construct of the biological reference points. This seems like the opportunity through an amendment process to address some of those issues. We have a peer-reviewed assessment. It's only a couple of years old. So we've got a good information to work with. You know, we see, I agree with some of the comments. I don't know if they were actually made on this call or in some of the discussions beforehand. There's an issue with recruitment right now. So productivity in the stock seems to be affected. And that's what I'm getting at. We need biological reference points that recognize those things, that recognize the population dynamics and feedback. You know, it doesn't make sense to me to continue to have these targets and thresholds that have a weak connection back into the population dynamics. So the only reason I'm objecting to this is not that I want to see, you know, the reference points lowered or raised or whatever. It's not about that, in my view. It's about having good biologically based defensible reference points that can react to some of the things that we're seeing in the environment. And we don't have that right now. I know the stock assessment team investigated things like SPR reference points last time. They found them to not be feasible, but there are other things we can look at. I'm not sure if they had time to fully investigate it, since they were also simultaneously working on two separate models for review. So this seemed like the opportunity to investigate with a focus some new opportunities for reference points, not just empirical. We also have an ecosystem group out there that has a multi-species model that has striped bass in it. And so maybe there's an opportunity there. Even just having a chance to look at some other options with the empirical methods seemed worthwhile to me. So I just wanted to get on the record to say, I think our current reference points, people's cynicism about us trying to lower the goal points, I think that's a poor characterization. I don't think it's fair. That's not what I'm trying to do. I think we should have reference points that connect back into the population dynamics as we know them. And this seems like the opportunity to investigate those types of options. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Jason. I've got John Clark next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I can't say it any better than Jason did. He really summarized things really well. And I would just add, I don't want to see us limit our flexibility to look at this. I'm not even sure what it means to remove them from the amendment. This means we're set in stone for the time of Amendment 7. I mean, obviously, we're going to put this into adaptive management, but this is such a critical issue. This has to stay in the amendment. Thank you.
Thanks, Sean. Let me go back. If everybody, Tony, if you take down the hands, I'm going to ask whether or not there are other individuals that have not spoken that would like to speak in favor of it, and see how many hands go up.
We have one hand that has gone up, but I just want to clarify, if the issue is removed from consideration of the draft amendment, it carries over the old reference points. So they're not removed from the management document itself. They are still there. It's just not, we're not drafting options for other methods. Max Appelman.
Max.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I actually have a process question. JMAC got me thinking, you know, my understanding is that there isn't really science to support a change, like model-based reference points aren't available right now. That could be possible with the next assessment. And if we remove biological reference points from the amendment, does that also mean we can't put new dialogue into the amendment that talks about some of the points that Jason was raising and maybe the direction that we'd like to see for reference points? Is that not possible if we remove this from the draft amendment?
Staff, Tony?
Emily, I think I'll take this one to help you out since you've not done this before. That's good. Max, if the board wants us to include work that the TC has been trying to do or considering, we can include that as part of the background. We would just need direction from the board about what information you wanted the board would want us to have in the document to frame it.
Max, you got a follow-up?
Yeah, just a quick one. Thank you. Yeah, so what I heard there, Tony, was if reference points are removed in the form of developing alternatives to go out for public comment, that does not preclude the board from updating the background sections of the document to give a little more insight as to what our overall path forward looks like for reference points.
That is correct, because reference points would be a part of the background section already.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tony. Anyone else on the in favor of the motion that wants to speak? If not, I'm going to go to the those that are opposed. Anyone? Any other hands up, Tony?
I have no other hands.
Okay, so if you could lower all the hands. Anyone that wants to speak in opposition to the motion who hasn't already spoken, please raise your hand.
I only have two names, Marty Gary and Joe Semino.
Okay. Marty, you're up, and then Joe. And then I plan to caucus for Mike Luisi asked for a little bit of extra time, so we'll go 3 minutes on the caucus, and then we'll call a question. So Marty, and then Joe.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to overly complicate things. I had two technical questions that I think are pretty easy, and then a comment. Is it okay to ask those?
Yes.
Okay, and I don't know if this would be Katie or Emily, whoever on staff thinks they can do it. So I've heard multiple references today on this hearing and also in the public comment that there's no scientific basis for changing biological reference points. From where I sit, I'm not even sure the reference points would change. I just think we need to keep them in there and keep the discussion on the table. I asked a fundamental question to everyone. How well have these existing biological reference points served us, given the trajectory of where we are now to where we are now? With that in mind, the technical questions I had is, given the fact that folks have said, and most recently Max had just said, there's no scientific basis for changing it, my question would be to Katie or whoever can answer it, was there a scientific basis for establishing the existing biological reference points? If the answer to that is yes, I'd like to know what it is. To me, it isn't clear that there is a scientific basis for them. That's my first one.
Yeah, so this is Katie. I can, I guess, answer that question. And I would say
It's a combination. So, right, with striped bass, we struggle to find that stock recruit relationship. So we can't have MSY based reference points, or that relationship is very uncertain and environmentally driven. So the traditional MSY reference points are off the table. The SPR, 30%, 40% SPR values that we've used for other species in that situation have not been working, that they produce reference points that are or levels of SSB that are that the TC did not consider realistic with the associated F levels. And so the reason we went with the SSB 1995 is that it's a value that was associated with the ability to produce strong year classes, that was associated with the expanded age structure and an abundance that managers wanted to manage towards. So it's a combination, I think, of it does reflect the management desires in terms of that. We can't say this is the exact right biological reason for this reference point, but it has some backing in terms of the observed empirical qualities of the stock that are consistent with both stock health and management desires. The F levels, I would say, do have a strong scientific basis in that regard, that we are then linking the behavior of the population that we've seen in the past and the behavior of the fisheries to that SSB target and that SSB threshold, to ensure that there is a meaningful linkage between the F rates that we're trying to manage towards and the SSB rates that we're trying to manage towards. So I think there is I think when people say there's no scientific basis, I think they mean there is no traditional model-based reference points that are available for this stock, and I would agree with that. But I think there is a scientific basis or scientific advice behind these reference points.
Okay, thank you, Katie. And I'll let folks decide for themselves how they would like to take your response. The second somewhat technical question is, so if the biological reference point component of this is pulled from the document, and then we continue to go down a line where we don't, if the target is not hit, despite the constraints that have been applied to it, and we've gone through 2 rounds, 2015 and 2020, what happens?
Staff?
Yeah, I'm sorry, is that a question from like the scientific perspective, or is that a question from the management perspective?
I guess the management perspective. If we don't hit the target because we keep status quo, what happens?
I'm looking that up, Marty. Bob, do you know that? Bob's got his hand up. Thank goodness, my savior.
Bob?
Sorry. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have the plan open in front of me, but generally, if you don't hit the target, you need to adjust your management measures to reduce mortality or whatever it takes to get to the target. If you're talking about biomass targets and/or F targets.
Yeah, understood, Bob, and I appreciate that's what the answer I was expecting. So, and thank you for your patience, Mr. Chairman. I guess my last observation or comment is, and I'll be done, this is a really, really important topic, and I know others wanted to weigh in as well. But I keep going back. This is not a new discussion for anybody that's listening in. And I keep going back to October of 2014 when we were in Mystic, Connecticut for the annual meeting of the Striped Bass Board. And I think it was like an 8 or 9 hour meeting. And we had quite a vigorous discussion about this issue. And I keep thinking back to the comments that Mark Gibson made, and basically, and I'm just going to, I mean, this is all captured in the document, but basically he was struggling, and he basically said that if the board, if we're going to be left with these 2 lines, these thresholds and targets that we're dealing with now with the existing biological reference points, we're going to have, quote unquote, a tortuous management process for as long as any of you are going to be here trying to keep your SSB between those lines, unquote. That caught my attention, and it caught quite a few other people's attention. My point is that in a room full of really smart people, arguably the smartest person in the room question these BRPs. And that's why it's such an important topic to discuss today. And I'm not even necessarily advocating that we change them. I'm wondering if we need to step back, take a just a broader view of how we're using this tool and ask the question, is this tool serving us well, given the way the stock is performed? I don't think the stock is in good shape. I'm not advocating for liberalization, but I think this tool may actually be hampering us. I think we need to look at it again. I don't know from a technical perspective if there's other ways we can address this, but the BRPs the way they are now, I'm very concerned how this may play out. So I don't know if I did a great job articulating that concern, but hopefully you all sort of got the picture on that. And Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for your patience and allowing me to talk. Thank you.
Thanks, Marty. Joe Semino, and then we're going to go to a break.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There seems to be a sentiment that has put this motion up that because the vast majority of folks want to have the same goals for this species, that the BRPs shouldn't even be touched. I have great concerns with that because two major things happened. During the last assessment, which we accepted for management, we were told, and Emily reiterated it here today, that the recalibrated MRIP estimates completely changed our understanding of the historic catch for this species, and therefore, we had a completely new understanding of what the stock has been doing this entire time. And many people have mentioned to me that does not mean we have to change reference points, but I do believe a discussion needs to happen. And I also completely support Jay's concerns that the other significant event was that, the commission has moved forward with multi-species management for the striped bass stock being a complete driver for Menhaden reference points. I don't see how we can't at least leave the door open for a discussion on reference points. And thank you.
Thanks, Joe. We're going to take a 3-minute break. And then when we come back, we'll vote on the motion. So this is the caucus opportunity. Thank you. Tony?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
I think we've gone up to 3 minutes.
Yes, for sure.
Okay, so we're going to reconvene. As I did before, I'm going to take 2 public comments on it. I'd ask the public to limit their comments to 1 minute. So, Tony, do we have any members of the public that want to speak on this?
I'm going to give 1 second for any hands to go up. I have one name. I'll let that person start. And the next name I see, if I get another one, I'll call on that person. Mike Wayne.
Mike?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mike Wayne with the American Sport Fishing Association. I appreciate the discussion here. I just wanted to add a little bit more context. Under the existing reference points, the striped bass population in its fishery was very healthy in the mid-2000s. You can see that in the figures, you can see that on the water. The abundance of the population was realized by anglers, and that created incredible fishing opportunities for our industry. And that healthy fishery trickled down, the economic benefits, all aspects. I mean, the tackle industry, the charter boats, the broader coastal economies along the Atlantic coast. And so right now, the focus should be on controlling fishing mortality, and reference points and changing them is just a distraction. Remember what the chairman said in his opening remarks. This is your flagship species, and ASMMC needs to stay serious about rebuilding it. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. If we get anybody else, Tony?
Brian Williams.
John?
And Brian, you just have to click on your microphone to unmute yourself.
Hey, you guys got me now?
Now I got you. Thanks, Brian.
Bear with me, guys. Just literally stepping off the boat right now after a morning of fishing for striped bass. I'm a full-time fishing guide, and I just want to let you guys know that the fishing public's made it apparent to speak in favor of conservation. And if most of the public that isn't as active in the fishery even knew that this was being talked about, the idea of lowering a goalpost to make it appear as if the stock is not overfished, and to tell these children that I see walking down the street right now, they may never see as many striped bass in the water as there are today ever due to a measure potentially like this, that's just absurd. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks for the comment. So we're going to go back to the board and call the vote. All those, as we did before, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I think the names have settled. I have New York, District of Columbia, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Maine, NOAA Fisheries, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Pennsylvania, Connecticut, and North Carolina. I'll put your hands down. I'm ready, Mr. Chair, for the next vote.
All right. All those opposed, please raise your hand.
I have Delaware, New Jersey, Rhode Island, Virginia, Potomac River Fisheries Commission, and Maryland. I'll put your hands down. I'm ready.
Any abstentions?
I see no hands.
Any null votes?
I see no hands.
And the final tally is what?
Mr. Chair, I have 10 in favor, 6 opposed, 0 null votes, and 0 abstentions.
The vote, the motion passes 10-6-0-0. Next motion is by Marty. Marty, you're up.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, so just to keep it
Marty,
simple.
Can I just interject one quick comment? I intend to continue this meeting until 5 o'clock. We're kind of slowly moving through these issues. At 5 o'clock, I'm going to look for some guidance from Bob or Tony on whether one of 3 things should happen. We should continue the discussion for a time certain. We should break and reschedule a follow-up session, or we should plan on continuing the dialogue at the summer meeting. So if Tony and Bob can consult and give me some guidance on what their preferences are, at that point, you got an hour to think about it. So Marty, excuse me for interrupting. You're up.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. In the interest of proceeding in logical order, does it matter to you? We're going to go through all the items anyway. Do you want to go in chronological order, or I can?
Yeah, it doesn't make any difference because we're going to, as I said at the start, we're going to take up every item. Okay, so let me jump to, I don't know which numbers Emily had. Emily, can you pop up the slide that had all the items? Is that possible?
Sure. Thanks, Maya.
Thank you, Maya. Thank you, Emily. I've mentioned this before, and going back to the work group where multiple members last summer, this is a predominantly recreational fishery. I'd like to move to maintain recreational release mortality and recreational accountability in the amendment, and help me with the wordsmithing if we can, staff, and link these two. So I'm trying to be helpful to consolidate them. So 2 messages: keep number 7 and 8 in the amendment and link them together, if that makes sense, Mr. Chairman.
Marty, actually, consistent with the advice I gave at the start, we're going to talk about each one of these, and I realize that would accelerate some of the discussions, but there's also a potential that we conflate discussions and it might drag it out. So if you could, I'll be happy to recognize you to make two motions in a row. Just make a motion on each issue separately.
I would be glad to do that, Mr. Chairman. So I would go ahead and make a motion to maintain recreational release mortality in this amendment, and also make a motion to maintain recreational accountability in this amendment.
So if you could fashion the first, it's two motions, so deal with them separately, please. So Marty, as I understand it, your intent to move to maintain recreational release mortality in the development of the amendment.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. You want justification?
Wait until I get a second. Do I have a second?
You have Mike Luisi. And
okay,
Mike,
so seconded by Marty Gary, or motion by Marty Gary, seconded by Mike Luisi. Marty.
No, Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to second the motion. I had my hand up for a question for Marty, so I'm not seconding the motion.
Do we have a second on the motion?
Joe Cimino.
Who was that, Tony?
Joe Cimino.
Oh, excuse me. Thanks, Joe. Okay, so Marty, yeah, you get the first bite of the apple, then we'll go to Joe, and then I'll recognize Mike Luisi for his question.
Yeah, thanks,
Marty?
Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'll just be brief. So the work group, multiple members identified recreational release mortality as an important issue. Maybe the most important, was quoted by several of the members. As we all know, it's predominantly a recreational fishery, and recreational dead discards are a large proportion of that mortality. So I think it's logical to maintain that this in the amendment. It will be a huge task to grapple with, but this is something that needs to stay in the document. Thank you.
Thanks, Marty. Joe, as a seconder.
Thanks for the opportunity, Mr. Chair. I think, we've heard a lot of comments on the importance of this, and I agree with Marty, so I'll just keep it that brief.
Mike Luisi.
Oh yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. No, I'll keep it really brief. I have my hand up more for the accountability issue, but I totally support the inclusion of release mortality as part of what this amendment focuses on. I think back to discussions that we've had, and some council members thought, or some board members thought, that this is one of the highest priorities. So I look forward to working with the board to address the issue, and I'll support this. Thanks.
All right. As I did before, I'll take up to 3 board members who want to speak in favor, and then I'll go to those that are opposed. If you want to speak in favor, please raise your hand.
The first 3 names I have are Max Appelman, Chris Batsavage, and Tom Foti.
Okay, Max. Max?
Sorry, I was talking to myself for a minute there, Mr. Chair. To be clear, I'm not necessarily speaking in favor or against at this point, but I do have a clarifying question about the intent of keeping this in to the makers and seconders. So, I think we've spent a lot of time, and the TC has spent a lot of time over the last year exploring recreational release mortality. And my question is the intent here to focus on the release mortality rate, which is what the TC has really delved into, or the idea of the high amount of releases and tools to try to control that? That's my question.
Marty, to that point,
I'm sorry, I missed the last part of that. Max, I hate to ask you to reiterate.
Yeah, so I think there's two components of recreational release mortality when you say that term. You hear the release mortality rate, which we've got a report from the technical committee that said, that's really not the issue. It's more about the sheer number of fish that are being caught. And I was curious if the intent of moving forward with this item was to address the amount of fish that are being caught and released, as opposed to efforts to lower the release mortality rate.
Well, I'll just say briefly, Max, it may be, I don't know what the exact answer will be. I think we're concerned about the rate, but we've also heard there may be very few options that we can employ to reduce it. I think everybody is concerned about it and how we can do that. We're already advancing a number of different actions with circle hooks. States are going forward with their own initiatives to educate anglers on proper handling. But we all, I think, know that affecting that rate is going to be really challenging, right? So I think it's a little bit of everything. I'm also acknowledging that it's really important for us to grow our angler base too. It's the future to get new anglers introduced. It's really challenging, but I think I'm just acknowledging the magnitude of the problem and that it needs to be part of this document. So it may not be a to the letter answer for you, but I hope that captures some of the thoughts I have on it.
Follow up, if I may.
go ahead, Max.
Thanks. So yeah, that's helpful. And so, I support this motion so long as it is focused on what we would say is a catch and release issue. I recognize that as a very important part of this fishery. I think we all know that it has been for a very long time and it will continue to be an important part. But it's also, when we're hearing calls to control fishing mortality, and this is really the only sector of the fishery that doesn't have direct management controls, I think those are the reasons why I would support keeping this in the document and exploring tools to try to control the catch and release component. Thanks.
Thanks, Max. Then I've got Chris Bat-Savage, and then Tom Fodes after that. Chris?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I could support the motion for the reasons already stated. I do share some of the concerns that Max raised in terms of what the options would look like. We heard some, plenty of, ideas such as barbless hooks, closed seasons or areas, better handling practices, which I think are all very good, but I think we're starting to really challenge ourselves as far as how we can implement management measures that are enforceable, as opposed to just better practices. I mean, if this is included, I'm curious to see just what kind of options we would have to accomplish this. Thanks.
Excuse me. Thanks, Chris. Tom Fodes.
Just the numbers that came out of the last meeting we were at, 52% of the recreational mortality becomes from catch and release. 48% of the overall mortality comes from catch and release. We can't bury our heads in the sand over this issue. We need to look at how do we basically stop those huge numbers of fish being killed, which denies the public fish to take home to eat, because we're basically catching, releasing, and killing so many fish. So I'm basically looking at how do we basically handle that. And maybe we can't find answers, but it should be in the information document, since it's basically 52 and 48% of the mortality.
All right, so we're now going to move on to the individuals who want to speak in opposition to it. Tony, if you could lower the hands. Anyone that wants to speak in opposition to this motion, please raise your hand.
I have no hands, Mr. Chair.
No hands.
No hands.
Okay, so I'm going to speed up the process. Are there any members of the public that want to speak on this issue?
I've two members of the public.
Okay, so Tony, would you call those names off, please?
Yep. I have Greg Shute and Mike Wayne.
Yes, my name's Greg Shute. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on the fact that the catch and release mortality is a function of the fact that we have a very high participation fishery. And if you start targeting that, the really only way to reduce that is to reduce participation. I'm a fishing guide. I also rep for a boat company where I sell boats to the public. And the last thing I think we need to target is participation. If anything, I actually think we need to accept the release mortality going up in order to release overall mortality. If that's the way we can actually reduce mortality while keeping participation high.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mike Wayne again with American Sport Fishing Association. I'll be really brief. I echo some of the comments that I heard during the discussion. This is going to be a tough one to really get a handle on. And we've got a lot of public participation in this meeting and in this process. And I just challenge the public and the anglers out there to really take a hard look about what they all can do to try to address this, because there aren't great management solutions here. And I think keeping this in the document will help keep it on everybody's mind. And we're going to have to try and find solutions together, because there aren't great kind of common sense management measures that can be easily implemented to address this. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Mike. We're going to take a 2-minute caucus, and then I'm going to call the motion. Maya, if you could could you please leave the clock on and just put it on 2 minutes, please? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, for the issues that remain in the document or are saying for development, it will be helpful for the board to give some guidance to the PDT on what aspects of that issue they want to explore. Otherwise, we're not really going to have a lot to bring back to the board in August.
Thanks, Tony. Good point. Okay, 2-minute caucus. All right, we're going to reconvene.
Mr. Chairman, Dave Sikorsky put his hand up before you broke.
Okay, David, we'll grandfather you.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. I was just going to speak to Tony's last comment before the break at the appropriate time. It doesn't have to happen now regarding guidance on this topic at the appropriate time. So please call the question if that's what you choose to do at this point.
Yeah, and then I'll come back to you, David. Okay, so all those in favor of the motion, please signify by raising your hand.
I'm just letting the names settle. We have a lot of folks in favor here on this one. I have New York, Delaware, District of Columbia, Fish and Wildlife Service, New Jersey, Rhode Island, Maine, NOAA Fisheries, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Pennsylvania, Connecticut, North Carolina, Virginia, Potomac River Fisheries Commission, and Maryland. I think it might be everyone.
All right, if you could lower the hands, Tony, please.
Done so.
All right, all those opposed, raise your hand.
There are no hands.
No hands. Any abstentions?
No hands.
Any null votes?
No hands.
Okay, so it's the vote count officially, Tony, is what?
16 in favor.
What is it again? Maya, you were broken up?
16 in favor, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so 16 in favor, 16 in favor, no opposed, no abstentions, no null votes, motion carries. Marty, we're back to you with the second half of your motion.
Mr. Chair, if it's okay, could we get some guidance from Dave Sikorsky if he was going to give us some? It would be very helpful to the PDT.
Okay, David, you want to comment?
Yeah, I have broad shoulders, but I don't know if I can carry this weight here. You know, we've talked about release mortality quite a bit, and rightfully so. As Mr. Foti mentioned, that snapshot we received in the benchmark assessment is eye-opening to many of us, but it's a snapshot, and we need to recognize the dynamics of this highly complex fishery. And I don't know what the guidance is, because I feel like it's so state by state. And there's choices that each state has to avoid high periods of discard mortality, like we can in Maryland by closing fisheries during the summertime, when like we do right now with our CE proposal that we're operating under. It's complicated, and it's some series of conversations about trade-offs. And I just really want to put a pin in what Greg Shute mentioned, the member of the public, that we all need to start thinking about these trade-offs. And of course, harvest is a 100% mortality kind of situation. You harvest that fish, it's dead. Release mortality, if we assume the coast-wide average, of course, it's a 91% chance that fish is going to survive. We really need to take that to heart to maintain access and do what's right to turn the stock around. I don't have any specific guidance, and I don't know how much time we have to talk about it further, but I just want to get that out on the record. That Mr. Shute made a great point.
Thanks, David. Marty, on your second motion, please.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, thank you. I originally, as I mentioned, was hoping to make your job a little bit easier by linking the two, but understand you want to deal with them discreetly. I'm happy to defer and allow others to champion the remaining items, or I can go forward, whatever your pleasure is.
Well, I offered you an opportunity to do it. If you want to do it, please do it. And if not, I'll ask any other members of the board that want to make motions, and we'll open it up. Really your preference.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and defer to the greater good of the commission.
Okay, so the floor is open for new motions then. Tony, who do we have on the list?
Thank you,
Let
Mr.
me
Chairman.
interject while Tony's doing that. We're going to need to work on removing some items from the discussion. It's just a limited. Tony made it abundantly clear that there's a limited amount that the system can deal with. So some issues have to get either rejected or moved to the trailing actions or the conservation equivalency mechanism. So Tony, whose names who do we have that wants to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On my list, I have Justin Davis, Megan Ware, and Richie White.
Okay, so we'll take those in order. Dr. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I could make a motion at this point if that's appropriate.
Certainly.
Okay, I move to remove issue 4, the rebuilding schedule, from further consideration in Amendment 7.
Okay, so it's motion by Dr. Davis. Is there a second?
I have John McMurray.
John McMurray. Thank you, John. Justin, you want to speak to it?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think it's appropriate to remove this issue from further consideration in Amendment 7. I think we heard a clear signal from the public that they think stock rebuilding is extremely important, and that the current timeline, there's certainly no support, I don't think, for extending the timeline. We did hear some comments in favor of potentially considering shorter timeframes than 10 years. In my estimation, 10 years is an appropriate time frame given the biology of the species. And, you know, my comments that I made back at the beginning of this meeting discussing how this board is still subject to the trigger that we tripped back in 2018 for the 10-year rebuilding time frame. I just think the public should rest assured that this board is cognizant of that, and that we will be, you know, adopting the measures necessary going forward to achieve stock rebuilding by 2029. We'll get an updated stock assessment here next year, and then have an opportunity to see how well we're doing along that rebuilding time frame and adjust as necessary. But essentially, given that we're in a rebuilding process right now, just starting out, I don't think there's any justification for considering a different timeline or really messing with it at this point. So that's why I've made this motion.
John McMurray. John, would you like to comment as a seconder?
Sorry, I couldn't get myself off of mute. I think Justin pretty well covered it. I mean, we made a promise to the public with Amendment 6, and we should keep it. And I know there's some question on whether or not we can rebuild in 10 years, but when you look at the rebuilding that happened in the mid-'80s and the early 90s, well, we were in a much worse position back then. And we certainly can rebuild, and we should absolutely try. Thank you.
All right, so Tony, if you could take all the hands down. Anyone who wants to speak in favor of the motion, please raise your hand now. And Tony, would you call off the first 3 names?
I have Megan Ware. She's the only one.
Okay, Megan, you're it.
Oh man, I'm actually planning to do a motion to amend, or it could be a friendly depending on how it's taken. So I can do that now or wait.
You can do that now if you'd like.
Okay. I'm just going to say this really slowly, Maya, because part of this was in something else, but move to amend to include options for measures to protect the 2015 year class in the development of draft Amendment 7. And if I get a second, I will provide rationale. So this would just be a second sentence onto the motion.
And
we have a motion to amend. Do we have a second to the motion to amend?
David Sikorsky.
David. So we have a motion to amend. Megan, you want to cite the justification, and then I'll go to David.
Yes, thank you. I've heard a lot of stakeholders express pretty strong concerns about where this stock is headed. And while I don't think we are at the place where the stock was in the 1980s, at this point we have had 5 years of average or below average recruitment. And it's this repeated poor recruitment that got us in trouble last time. So I think how we deal with this 2015 year class could be kind of make or break on where this stock goes and how successful we are in rebuilding. Going back to the addendum we just did, the TC did produce projections for the board, which indicated that we could have a roughly 40% probability of hitting the SSB target by 2029. And really the key to that projection is whether the statistic hold and whether that statistic holds is dependent on what catch and recruitment look like kind of in the interim. And so far we've continued to have lower recruitment. And based on the NRIP numbers I saw, I think 2020 rec landings were higher than 2019. I'm not sure what the commercial landings were, but speaking just on the rec, I believe they were higher. It's also concerning that we have this strong 2015 year class moving through the system, and as history has shown, this usually corresponds to a spiking catch. So I really do believe the success of reaching that 10-year rebuilding timeframe is going to be dependent on what we do with this 2015 year class. So I think this is warranting a discussion from the board. Thank you.
Thanks, Megan. David, do you want to comment as a seconder?
Yes, sir. Thank you. From the Chesapeake Bay perspective, I think history has already shown that we've had challenges in constraining fishing mortality when we have a high abundance of fish. Unfortunately, recent Addendum 6 measures probably fail to meet reducing fishing mortality on this 2015 stock as implemented by all three Bay jurisdictions. So I really have the utmost concern of the impact we're already having on these fish. And I think the best way to address this is to be laser focused on limiting fishing mortality on these fish that are left in the system, recognizing that they hold a lot of the hope for the future. And as we all cross our fingers and hope that 2021 brings us brighter recruitment projections. Thank you.
All right, so once again, let me see a show of hands of those who want to speak on the motion to amend. Tony?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just cross-referencing the list that I had for the first three names that I had seen before. I had John McMurray, Justin Davis, and Dennis Abbott.
John McMurray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a welcome addition, and if we want to rebuild, it's important to protect those strong year classes. That's exactly how we rebuilt last time. There was emphasis on husbanding 1 year class through the process, and it's particularly relevant now considering that the 2015s are largely just recruiting into the fishery, into that slot limit. So I think this is critical, and I hope we get some guidance from, should this pass, get some guidance from the TC on how that might look. How do we protect the 2015 year class? Thank you.
Thanks, John. Justin Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly appreciate the intent of this motion. I've been a strong proponent of the slot limit, but I will admit that there is a potential concern with this 2015 year class aging into the slot in coming years. I guess I've got two questions. One is that, is this really a motion to amend, or is it a motion to substitute, in that is the intent here to remove the rebuilding schedule issue from Amendment 7, but somehow include this issue about new measures as sort of a different issue, or is the intent here to keep the rebuilding schedule issue in the amendment and add to that issue the consideration of these new measures? That's one question. The second question I have is thinking about the intersection of this with the stock assessment process. Is the intent here to essentially develop measures that we would potentially implement for the 2022 fishing year ahead of getting the stock assessment and a picture of where the stock is at, which we would normally use as the basis for changes to management? So I guess that's two questions, probably best directed to the maker of the motion.
Thank you, Justin. Megan.
Thank you. Yeah, so Justin, the motion I had sent to staff was to maintain the 10-year stock rebuilding timeline and then include options for measures to protect the 2015 year class. So my intent is not to have alternatives in the document to consider a different rebuilding timeline, but instead to include alternatives that protect the 2015 year class. So I consider that kind of a part of rebuilding, but I'm not specifically looking to include alternatives on the rebuilding schedule. In terms of your second question about timing, if these measures are part of the amendment, I think it would kind of be locked into whatever that amendment schedule ends up being, and that may depend on how many more issues we add to this document. So I'm not sure if I can totally answer that question. I think it just depends when we finish the amendment.
Justin, you want to follow up with that?
Thanks for those clarifications, Megan. That was helpful. I think if the record reflects that the intent here is not to consider different options for rebuilding schedules, but to maintain the 10-year rebuilding schedule and then add in this potential development of new measures to protect the 2015 year class, I'm good with that. I guess I am concerned that if we are adding this into the document at this point and potentially really, to me, this is sort of adding a new issue to the document of changing fishery measures potentially in 2022. But it's my understanding that this will go back out for another round of public comment, correct? So the public will have an opportunity to take a look at the draft amendment and comment on these potential measures. Is that correct?
Tony?
Oh. I thought the question was to Megan, but.
Yeah, that is correct. And Justin, I'll just note, I think there were comments about protecting the 2015 year class in our public comment record. So that's where I got this from.
Okay, so let's see. The next person I have on the list is Dennis Abbott, and then we'll go to the people that want to oppose this. Dennis Abbott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I fully support Megan's thoughts, but it strikes me that if we're amending it, we're going to remove issue 4 and then include options for measures. It seems to me, as Justin said, it should be a substitute motion rather than what's put forward. Because if we don't remove issue 4, if we vote to, it's just not correct the way it's put forward, I think. I think that we should have a substitute motion.
Mr. Chairman, I thought Megan's intent was to add this text to Justin's motion, and I just want to clarify that with Megan.
Megan?
That is correct. Another option is I could do a motion to substitute and add a sentence at the end that says maintain the 10-year rebuilding timeframe, if that's clearer.
So since a number of speakers have suggested clarifying this, Megan, you and David want to withdraw the motion to amend. If you do, I will recognize you to make a substitute motion.
David, it's not their decision to withdraw. It would have to be the full board. I just think that we didn't write the text down correctly as Megan asked for it. It should say move to amend to include the following text. And just put that following text in front of, yep, there you go, Maya.
Megan, does that reflect your intent?
Yes, thank you.
Maya, will you just write add options? Put add in front of options.
All right, is that what your intent is, both Megan and David?
Yes, for Megan.
Yes,
David?
David. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
So I'm going to go to the noes. Anyone that wants to speak in opposition to this, please raise your hand.
I have Roy Miller, Tom Foti, and Mike Luisi.
Roy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's not really an opposition. I just have a comment. We've already heard from others that the 2015 year class has entered the coastal recreational fishery. I'm just concerned that by trying to protect that particular year class, we're going to have a sliding scale over the years of varying size limits that will add a layer of complexity, I think, to our management that we may not intend at this point in time. So I'm concerned about trying to protect a year class that's already in the fishery. Thank you.
Thanks, Roy. Tom Foti, and then Mike Luisi.
Yeah, I think this motion should have been made 2 years ago as a separate motion to basically protect that year class until they reach 95% of the size that they should be to spawn, the females. And that's what we did in 82. We started doing that to the 82 year class. At this point in time, if we're talking this adding to this amendment, it's not going to go in place for 3 years. I think if you want to do this, it should be handled separately as an addendum that's going out now. But also, if you're going to do that, are you going to raise the size limit? Because when we basically did this in the 80s to rebuild the stocks, we actually had no size limit on the high end, but just on the low end to protect that year class until they spawned to one at least once, and that was, if I remember right, 34 inches. And you had to change your regulations every year to basically do that. Now, that's a difficult process because every state has to go through the regulations. So this is why it's confusing. I think it should be a separate amendment or an addendum going out, but not included in this one, because this would take too long to basically have any effect.
So next we have Mike Luisi. Mike?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I was muted by the organizer. So I'm going to say that while I understand the interest here, from the management perspective, I'm trying to focus management efforts on a year class to try to manage that year class. I can't support that. I think the rebuilding schedule should be part of the amendment, part of the discussion that we have. And so, you know, this whole discussion that's happening right now, I have a lot of concern with. I think that what would end up happening as a result of trying to protect a particular year class is going to be an inequity to the resource, depending on where that year class stands, whether it's, you know, resident stock, coastal stock. It's going to be too complex in already complex regulations, and I think we can come up with something better. So I'm not going to support it. Thank you.
Mike, Tony, if you could put down all the hands, and then is there anyone else that hasn't already spoken that wants to speak in favor of the motion to amend?
So I just took the hands down, so I just want to see in favor. I have Mike Armstrong.
Okay, so Mike, on the favorable side, you're the last person to speak. Mike Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support this. I mean, with a lot of reservations, it's hard to move the slot around, and we all know the pitfalls of changing the rules. But we got 5-year classes locked and loaded with nothing behind 2014. So we have the 2015 year class, and 2014 was not bad out of the Hudson. That's all we've got to rebuild with. You know, we targeted F of 0.2, and we have never achieved it. So I've got to assume we didn't hit it this time. And we have to start doing draconian things to get this stock back. That's the bottom line for me. And so I support this.
Thanks, Mike. So hands down. Now, Tony, anyone else on the no side? Any hands up? And while Tony is waiting for the hands to come up, I'm not going to take public comments on this until we get an amended motion or we go back to the original motion. So Tony, any further people want to comment on?
Max Appelman.
Max, you're up. You're the last.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm really just, I know a lot can happen to a year class, you know, from birth to year 6. And I'm curious if there's any available information from the technical committee or science staff that can shed some light on the magnitude of that year class now relative to, you know, that recruitment estimate that we saw. I don't know if that question's coming across right, but I think it would be helpful to know if that year class stayed big or if it has sort of diminished already.
Yeah, Max, I guess I'd just comment that if in fact this stays in, and I'm not arguing one way or another, I think the technical people will be charged with looking at a wide range of issues, including what you just suggested, looking at the potential on the issue and the implications. So we have no no's, no more no's. Then I'm going to declare a 2-minute caucus on the motion to amend and then call the question. Tony, time's up.
I think so. We forgot to start the clock. I apologize, but it seems like
That's
two.
all right. I looked at my watch. So is everyone ready for the question on this? Okay, so all those in favor of the motion to amend signify by raising your hand.
I have New York, Rhode Island, Maine, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Pennsylvania, Connecticut, North Carolina, and Maryland. I'll put your hands down. I'm ready for the next vote.
All those opposed to the motion, raise your hand.
I have Delaware, New Jersey, Virginia, and Potomac River Fisheries Commission. I'll put your hands down. I'm ready for the next vote.
Any abstentions?
I have NOAA Fisheries and Fish and Wildlife Service. I'll put your hands down. I'm ready.
Any null votes?
No hands.
Okay, so what I have is 9 yeses, 4 noes, 2 abstentions, no nulls. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have that as well.
Okay, so the motion passes. So you're back to the amended motion. Tony, I think we should combine the text, these two texts into a single motion so everybody understands exactly what is being. Okay. Thank you. All right. Any further discussion on the amended motion? Any hands up?
I have Justin Davis.
Justin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I just wanted to reiterate, it's my understanding that it was clear in the record that this does not open the opportunity for consideration of other rebuilding schedule, timelines. I still think this is sort of strange that we're removing an issue from the amendment, but then we're adding options to that issue. But I guess if everyone feels the record was clear enough on what we're doing here, I'm okay with that.
Thanks, Justin. Anyone else on this? Does anyone need a caucus on this? Any hands up?
I have no
Before
board
I
members.
call, excuse me.
No board. I have no board members with hands up.
Okay, so I'm going to take two comments from members of the public. Tony, if you're a member of the public, you want to comment on this amended motion, please raise your hand.
I have Mike Wayne.
Okay, so Mike Wayne, you got the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mike Wayne with ASA. This is actually a question. You can decide whether it's in order or not. I'm just curious, like what happens if, this is just a hypothetical, what happens if the next benchmark assessment gives us spatially explicit reference points and that significantly changes where we are now? Does that impact the rebuilding time frame? You know, I'm just trying to, for those of you that have been following this for Bluefish, I've been asking the same question. And so I was just looking for a little clarity. If you want to say, let's talk about this later, I'm fine with that too.
Staff want to comment on that? Any staff?
Thanks. Mr. Chairman, if we get a new assessment and the board decides they want to change the reference points, then depending on the status of the stock at that reference points, then the board would then make changes to the measures or respond to the change in reference points. It's really hard to give an answer to that question, Mike. Because you would be essentially starting a new clock if you started to judge the fishery in a new manner, unless the board determined otherwise.
Right, thank you, Tony. Does anyone need a caucus on this? Any hands up? Okay, so
Justin Davis with his hand up.
okay, so we'll take a 2-minute caucus, please.
Mr. Chairman, can the motion be read into the record at some point before the vote?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, this is Justin Davis. I'll apologize. My hand was up from before. I was not indicating that Connecticut needs to caucus on this.
Okay, let me ask the question again then. Does anybody need a time for caucus? Any hands up?
No hands.
Okay, so we're going to take the question. I'll read the motion into the record. Move to remove issue 4, the rebuilding schedule, from further consideration in Amendment 7 and add options for measures to protect 2015 year class in the development of draft Amendment 7. That's the motion. All right, all those in favor of the motion signify by raising your hand.
We have New York, Delaware, Rhode Island, Maine, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Pennsylvania, Connecticut, North Carolina, Virginia, PRFC, and Maryland. I will put your hand down.
All, Tony, lower the hands, please. All those opposed to the motion, please raise your hand.
New Jersey. I will put your hands down. I'm ready.
Okay. Any abstentions? Raise your hand.
2 abstentions, no fisheries, and Fish and Wildlife Service.
please put down the hands. Any null votes?
No null votes.
Okay, Maya, the final count, please. Or Emily?
Mr. Chair, this is Emily. I have 12 in favor, 1 opposed, and 2 abstentions.
No null votes. So the vote is 12 in favor, 1 no vote, 2 abstentions, no null votes, motion carries. Bob, Beal, we are up to 5 o'clock. Would you like to provide some guidance on the issue of continuing, or and it could be continue for a while for a time certain, or schedule another meeting? We still have a number of issues to go through.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I suggest we keep going.
Okay.
I know it's getting late and it's a bit painful, but I think we're on issue 4 out of basically 10, but the public's here. There's, I don't know, last time I checked, a couple hundred people online, and I think we owe it to the public to keep working through this. I know it's painful. Maybe we do another check-in in an hour or so and see how people are doing. I know there is we have had board meetings where fatigue has caused some decisions that were rushed through, and we don't want to get to that point, but I think we can keep going. If people need a little bit of a break right now, maybe take a 5-minute break, but I think we should probably keep pushing through as best we can.
Okay, so the board's heard the guidance. Thank you very much for that. So I believe, Tony, correct this if this is wrong, we've got Chris Batsavich on the who wants to make a motion. Is that correct?
I believe that was the next person on the list, yes.
And then Tom Foti is next after that. So Chris, you're up.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I don't know if my hand went up by mistake, but I am not prepared to make a motion.
Okay, so thank you very much. Tom Foti.
Neither were mine. My hand was down for something else.
Okay, then we'll take the next set of hands for motions. I had John McMurray and John Clark and Richie White.
All right, so John McMurray. John, you got to unmute yourself.
Okay, yeah, I was muted by the organizer. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that issue 5, regional management, be removed from further consideration in draft amendment 7. When the chair is ready, I'll provide rationale if you'd like me to.
I'll come back to you.
Okay.
Do we have a second?
Mike Armstrong.
If somebody has an open mic, because I'm getting some back feed. So it's a motion by Mr. McMurray, seconded by Mr. Armstrong. All right. John, do you want to comment on the motion? And then I'll go to Mike.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the science to develop a regional management model isn't there. A model was rejected by a peer review panel at the 66 stock assessment workshop, and no other model has passed peer review that I'm aware of. And absent that, what are we going to use to inform separate regional management programs? And I think it'd be premature at this point. There's also the issue of practicality. Striped bass that spawn in the Chesapeake Bay, Delaware, Hudson, they all mix along the coast. And as far as I'm aware, there's no practical way for an angler or a commercial fisherman to distinguish among them. Thus, stock measures could really only be applied within the estuary where the fish originate. And even then, reference points specific to, say, the Chesapeake Bay, which produces 80% of the coastal stock, it's questionable whether they're appropriate if they don't account for the impacts and the needs of those fish once they exit the bay and begin to migrate along the coast.
All right, thanks, Sean. Mike Armstrong, you want to comment as a seconder?
Very briefly, I think John covered it. We don't have the analytical skills and the data to manage like that yet. I don't know if it's appropriate for this amendment at some point to call for moving forward with the two-stock model, which will be a lot about generating new data. But I'm not proposing that, but I do support taking this up now.
All right, so let me reverse the order of how I count on the votes instead of going in favor and opposed. Anyone opposed to this motion? If you're opposed to it, please raise your hand.
So I see no hands raised right now for opposed.
That was exactly the reason I reversed it, is because this motion is consistent with kind of the consensus comment that when we went around to the different jurisdictions. So is there anyone on the support side that would like to speak at this point? If not, I'm going to ask whether or not there's any objection to approving this by consensus. So anyone that wants to speak in favor of it can speak in favor of it. Otherwise, I'm going to ask the question of the board.
You have Mike Luisi is the only one.
Mike Luisi, you're up.
As I'm just looking at this, Mr. Chairman, I do apologize. I am opposed to removing this issue, so I should have put my hand up earlier. I think that this is an important, the regional management of this fishery is something that we have advocated for years, since Addendum 4. And we would, we, not just we in Maryland, but Virginia, Potomac River, Delaware, Maryland, New York in the Hudson. And I think this is an important consideration. So I'm sorry, I had my hand up at the wrong time, but I certainly do not support removing issue 5 from this addendum, and I'm strongly going to advocate for keeping it in. Thank you.
Okay, so anyone on the board want to speak in favor of this motion? If you do, raise your hand.
I have Dave Sikorsky.
Is that the only one on the list?
I don't have any other hands raised.
Okay, so David, you get the last say on this. I am going to go to the public as I've done before. David?
Yeah, I just wanted to state for the record that I generally support this motion, but I also respect Mr. Luisi's concerns, given Maryland's long focus on trying to return to some better regional management and some consistency there. So I think where we are is we're waiting on science and the multi-stock model or two-stock model to help guide this action. And so, personally, I think we're at a point now where we can remove this, but I would love some clarity on when we might be able to revisit, assuming that this motion were to pass.
David, I think the answer to that is you can revisit this at any point. We're going to take a management action. You could basically reinsert it into any subsequent action. If it's proposed as an amendment, and Tony can correct this, we probably would have to do that as part of an amendment unless we can framework it or use adaptive management.
Thank you, sir.
Tony?
Thank you, David. If it's the intent of the board to want to take this up later on, we can make sure that it's something that can be addressed through the adaptive management section.
Okay, thank you, Tony. So if you could lower all the hands, anyone in the public that wants to comment on this, I'm going to take a couple of points. You'll be limited to 1 minute. and then I'm going to call the question. We'll take a 2-minute caucus at the end of this.
I have
Any
Julie
hands up,
Evans.
Tony?
I just have one hand, and that's Julie Evans.
Julie, you're up.
I'm kind of new to this forum, but I'm not new to striped bass. And I just hope that everybody keeps in mind that we all have up and down this coast a potential for offshore wind turbines and that industry to have an effect on all our migratory species, especially the striped bass. And I haven't heard anywhere where this is being taken into consideration. So I am the voice of the East Hampton Town Fisheries Advisory Committee, and I'm hoping that everyone looks to their waters and what is coming to populate them besides fish. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. So back to the board. We're going to take a 2-minute caucus break. Maya, if you could run the clock, please.
Does that sound all right?
Thank you.
Did you hear me?
All right, we're going to reconvene. Everyone ready for the motion? Tony, you ready?
Hey, David, can I ask a quick question before you call the question?
If you go ahead, you can ask a question, but the debate is over.
The debate's over, you said?
Yes. But if you want to ask,
I have a question, just a
clarifying question. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not arguing whether to support or not support the motion. I just want to make sure the regional management has been very important for the Chesapeake Bay, especially in Maryland. And I just want to, I heard Tony talk about the adaptive management response that we could do. I just want to be clear. I mean, I'm okay with taking this out. I mean, I just talked with my commissioners and we're okay with removing it from this process because it's not ready for prime time at this point. But I want to know how the process, how do we get it back in without doing another amendment? Is it an addendum process, or how do we get regional management considered again? Just so I can speak to my stakeholders on that.
All right, David, you want me to answer that?
Tony.
So, Mike, what we're hearing from folks on some of these issues is that there are some things that they'll want to take on once we have more information or following the end of this document. So we can ensure that those measures have the option to do it through an addendum, and we'll adjust the adaptive management sections accordingly. And then the board can make that choice of whether or not they want to do it through an addendum or an amendment, but it'll be the board's choice.
Okay. And so does that need to be clarified in this type of motion, or?
No, I don't think so. The record is clear.
Okay. Okay. Well, down the road, we'll hold the board to the record and yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving me that opportunity to just ask that question. So Maryland's going to support this. Thank you.
Okay, so all those in favor, please raise your hand.
Mr. Chairman, could you just ask if anybody's in opposition? It looks like to me everybody's in favor.
Well, I actually tried to do that before. Anyone have an objection to approving this motion by consensus?
I have one.
Any hands up?
I have Virginia. Okay.
Okay, so motion is approved by consensus, and I note that the Commonwealth of Virginia is in opposition to it.
Excuse me, I'm not in opposition. I lowered my hand.
Okay.
Okay.
So motion stands approved by consensus. Okay, so let's see. Tony, who do we have on next? We got Richie White, I think, next on the left.
That is correct. Correct.
Okay, Richie, you're up.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have the number. If you put the issues up, I can do it by number, the conservation equivalency. So issue number 6, I make a motion to include that in the document. And if it passes, then I have some options for the PDT. Thank you.
My question, Richie, do you want to include the options as part of the motion? You want to keep this clean and just deal with it as the way you proposed it?
I'd rather keep it clean and have it in the document than if the options need a vote or not, then we could deal with that, you know, if this is still in the document.
I have a second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mr. White. Is there a second?
Megan Ware.
Megan Ware. So Richie, you want to speak to the motion, and then Megan's up.
Sure. I think this issue, the public was the most clear on. The public is extremely upset with the way conservation equivalency is presently working, and it clearly needs to have some changes to it. So that's the justification. Thank you.
Thanks, Richie. Megan, you're up.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll just note Maine is a state which has used conservation equivalency in the past, but I think kind of reflecting on the experience we had with the last addendum and what I saw in the public comment, this is a measure that is certainly contributing to lowering public confidence in the management process, and I think it's impacting some of the outcomes of our management actions. So I do support including this option, continuing discussion, and thinking about how we can maybe put some bounds on it. Thank you.
All right, so back on the pros and cons. Anyone want to speak in favor of it? If you do, raise your hand.
For in favor, the first 3 names that I saw were Jason McNamee, Justin Davis, and David Sikorsky.
Okay, Jason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be quick and note my support for this. Again, I think we heard a lot of comments about conservation equivalency. It seems like in the case of striped bass, it needs some additional sideboards put on it. I will suggest, though, that I think it should be crosswalked with the existing conservation equivalency guidelines that the ASNFC already has. But other than that, I'm supportive of this and think it will help with the way people are thinking about conservation equivalency in the case of striped bass.
Thanks, Jason. Justin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Certainly support the motion. It was apparent to me after the Addendum 6 process that we have some work to do on this issue. I don't approve of removing conservation equivalency altogether from the FMP because I think there are legitimate reasons to use it, but I certainly think we need to tighten up the guidelines around its use for the species. I also think, this kind of like things like mode splits, this is a larger issue than just striped bass. I appreciate Jason McNamee's comments that this should be crosswalked against sort of overarching commission policy about this topic. But I just don't think we can engage in another addendum process to potentially change measures on striped bass without fixing this issue. Thanks.
Thanks, Justin. Let's see, I've got David Sikorsky.
Yeah, my shortest comment of the day. I'll say ditto to Jason and Justin's comments. Thank you.
All right, so we've had 3 pros. Anyone, Tony, if you'd lower the hands, anyone that wants to speak in opposition to the motion, please raise your hand.
I see no hands in opposition.
No hands. Anyone else care to speak in favor of it? Any hands up?
Dennis Abbott.
Dennis?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I probably don't have to say anything at this point because I think that there's been a shift in how we're going to deal with the conservation equivalency. But this is the first item of the 10 that we're dealing with that really gets to the meat and potatoes of why we have Amendment 7 in the works and how we got to be overfished and overfishing occurring. A little history. In 2009, I was quoted widely that conservation equivalency, as I said, was death by 1,000 cuts. And that was in 2009. And there was some reaction to that, positive reaction to that, but we continued on our merry way. In 2012, I stated again, and I quote, "We have a canary in the mine that will probably fall off its perch pretty soon as it deals with conservation equivalency." At that time, we didn't take any action to limit our catch and change our regulations. In 2020, I said that the ink wasn't even dry on the latest addendum when states had their CEs in the works. And it directly showed after the Cs were conservation equivalencies were approved that we went from a proposed 18% savings with a 50% probability of success down to 15. So in large part, I think that our application of conservation equivalencies has surely been a part of how we got there. As many of you know, I'm in strong opposition of conservation equivalencies, but I think that we can probably make some substantial changes in how we accomplish conservation equivalencies and so on and so forth. And I think Richie White is going to explain to you some of the ways that if we use conservation equivalency, we can do it a lot better than what we have in the past. Thank you.
Thanks, Dennis. Is there anybody else who wants to speak on this? Any hands up on the board, Tony?
No hands, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so any members of the public that want to speak on this? I'm going to try to move this along.
No hands, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, is there any objection to approving this by consensus? Any hands up?
No hands, one hand, Mr. Chairman.
Which jurisdiction?
New Jersey.
Okay, so the motion is approved by consensus. In the minutes, we'll note that the state of New Jersey was no. All right, so I've gone through my list. Anyone else care to
Mr. Chair, excuse me, Mr. Chair. Do you want, at this point, do you want options for the PDT on conservation equivalency?
I'm not sure that we need a motion, but Richie, it would be helpful if you or Megan would like to put some suggestions into the minutes, which the PDT could look at.
Yes, my intent on this motion was that just not myself, but other people could provide options for the PDT. But I have three. First would be to require a conservation equivalency proposal to provide 125% of savings instead of the 100% presently required. So that would be one. Second would be to require conservation equivalency proposals a threshold of success using a 75% probability of success. So that would be another one. And the third would be conservation equivalency will not be allowed if stock is overfished or overfishing is occurring. And again, others, I'm open. The vote clearly allows other options in there. Thank you.
Okay, so those are suggestions. I would hope that we can avoid making those as a motion. Those would be referred to the PDT for examination. Are there any other suggestions that people would like to refer to the PDT? Megan?
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I think what Richie provided is a good start, and I'd be interested also in what the PDT has to come up with or what others have. Thanks.
Any other guidance and from any of the board representatives?
Mr. Chair, I have 3 additional other folks, and I'll just reaffirm what you said is that we'll take all the suggestions to the PDT, and then when the board gets a take at the document, that's when they can either decide to remove issues from it or not before it goes out for public comment. So I have Mike Luisi, Pat Gear, and Joe Cimino.
Okay, Mike Luisi.
Yeah, thanks, Tony. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I don't have any suggestions on this. I'm going to support having this in the amendment. I think, well, it's already been approved, but I think, we're not at the point right now where we need to start adding in, the different ways for which these alternatives are going to be developed. I think the PDT can take some guidance, and I look forward to, working through this. Conservation equivalency is one of the things that we've used in the past here in our state, and I look forward to the conversation. But I'm not ready at this time to provide guidance, but I look forward to what the PDT has to put together. So thanks.
Okay, so get Pat Gear and then Joe Cimino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with what Mr. Luisi said. I'd also like to point out that the commission does have a conservation equivalency policy. And after what we went through with addendum 6, where we had somewhere in the vicinity of 43 different plans, it may warrant dusting that off and looking at it and trying to come up with some new protocols that could be used. So, and I'm not prepared to add anything else at this time as far as, recommendations.
Thanks, Pat. Joe Cimino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've rarely seen an item more demonized than this, and I think it's a shame. We all struggle with MRIP estimates. They're point estimates. To talk about accountability in this way, I think is a little bit misguided. It isn't for the benefit of the stock. Those states that don't take CE have time and again by board members here said they don't need to take action. So we're moving towards a place where a state that is continually increasing their harvest, but they're the only bad player, wouldn't have to do anything as long as they're taking the coastwide measures. On the flip end of this, we have to talk about the reality of the paper exercise that we're looking at, where we're pretending that 2020 measures will have the same stock conditions, the same environmental conditions, the same fishing pressure as 2017 on paper to prove we're going to meet 125% reduction. It's just punitive. It's not a consideration for the stock. And I don't know why we keep going down this road. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Anything else on this issue? If not, Tony, have we exhausted the list of people who wanted to make motions?
I have Tom Fody with his hand
I was
up.
on the list, Mr. Chair.
That's correct. I apologize, Tom. Tom Fody, you're up for a motion.
I was not for a motion.
That was me. It was John Clark.
Yeah. John, we're not to the motions yet.
I was up to talk about something after listening to Joe, and that's what I wanted to discuss. The fact is that when we put in regulations on other species like summer flounder, we basically took the fish away from the south. This is in the early parts of the management plan, and awarded to New York and New Jersey and Massachusetts and Connecticut. And the other states didn't have to take any real cuts. We just put size and bag limits in that we already had. Whereas the South took huge cuts and actually reduced their catch. And then we set quotas based on that catch or equivalency. I mean, that is one of the reasons conservation was included in the plans, was to make sure that didn't happen. And sometimes it really, one state will take a reduction by putting a certain size limit, but the reduction will be 22% or 25%, while some states says, well, I'm staying status quo, and their reductions are only 2%. So some states feel the uneven burden of conservation, not having conservation equivalency. And that was why it was put in the plan. It was basically not penalize some states over others.
Thanks, Tom. John Clark, did you ask to make a motion?
I did, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry for jumping the gun there. I thought I had been in the list before. I didn't realize you were still taking comments. Yes, I would like to.
Perfectly. Go ahead, John. You've got the floor.
Okay. Not a big surprise here. I would like to move to include issue 9, coastal commercial quota allocation, in the draft amendment.
So we have a motion by Mr. Clark. Do we have a second?
I see no hands.
No. Let me ask again. We have a motion by Mr. Clark. Do we have a second for the motion?
Justin Davis.
Seconded by Justin Davis. If you'd like to speak to that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. We've brought this up many times from Delaware that the quotas, of course, are based on data that is extremely old. Everybody on most of the commissioners here have been through other allocation questions just recently where we were saying that we had to reallocate based on data that was nowhere near as old as this striped bass data. I understand that this is a sensitive question, and I think this can be included in the amendment and done in simple matters, a manner of shifting from some jurisdictions to the other. We're not looking to increase the coastal quota. We just want it to be something where it's distributed more equitably. Thanks.
Justin, would you like to comment?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This obviously touches on a larger issue that we've been dealing with a lot lately in the commission process, which is quota allocation. I think anytime any jurisdiction feels that their outdated quota allocation is disadvantaging their fishery and they need consideration for additional opportunity, I think we all need to be receptive to that and be willing to give it full consideration. I do have some concerns about this. Potentially maybe slowing down the amendment process, given that it's something of a different animal than the other issues we're considering. But we've also voted today already to take a fair number of things out of this document. I think at this point it's fair to leave this in, continue to work on it. Maybe we'll decide at the next stop on the road that we need to split this off into its own action. But at this point, I would support leaving it in. Thanks.
Thanks, Justin. As we've done before, anyone that wants to speak in favor of the motion, please raise your hand.
I have Dennis Abbott.
All right, Dennis, you're the only yes. So you've got the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is an issue of fairness. In talking to my friend Craig Pugh from Delaware, when we were able to have face-to-face meetings, it was interesting getting what I would consider his side of the story. And as I say, what we do, I don't know, but it is very fair to give this commercial quota issue a chance or a look right at this point.
All right, so that was the yeses. Anyone want to, hands down, Tony, please?
Mr. Chair,
no's?
Mr. Chair, there were two other hands that went up while Dennis was speaking for in favor. So do you want to go to those two individuals?
Please.
They were Mike Luisi and Marty Gary.
Do you guys have a base?
So Mike?
Yeah,
Luisi,
thanks.
Marty.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I wasn't necessarily speaking in favor. While I certainly agree that we've been dealing with a lot of allocations both at the state and federal level recently. I think Delaware needs to have their commercial fishery have a look. I just don't know that it fits in this amendment. So I need to caucus with my other commissioners, but I think that this is one of those pieces of what got brought up during the public comment period and through the scoping period, where this could be one of those things that could fall into an addendum that kind of works parallel with the amendment, since the amendment's going to take on a longer process. I just don't know that it fits. And so I've talked with John Clark and others, but that's kind of where I am right now. I think it's going to bog things down a bit. But we did remove some stuff today that I didn't necessarily approve, but it is the board's action. And so I almost need to kind of regroup and think about what we have left on the table and whether or not this sinks in with the actions that need to be taken. So I just need to give a little bit more thought, but I just wanted to voice my opinion on the record. Thank you.
We've got Marty next, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I think Justin and Mike framed it up pretty well. Justin, particularly with the rationale for including it. I think the theme here is that there's a lot of us that would like to support this, but we're struggling with how it fits in. I'm going to, PRC is going to vote this up. And at the very least, if it isn't successful in being integrated, then hopefully, as Mike said, it could be dealt with in parallel, so we can be attentive to Delaware's concerns. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Marty. Anyone else before I go to the no's? Anyone wants to oppose this? Please raise your hand.
So, Mr. Chair, I'm going to put, the hands are very mixed now. I think people may have been confused. Is it all right if I put the hands down and let folks put their hands back up?
Please.
Okay. All right. If you want to speak against the motion, please put your hand back up. All right. That seems much cleaner. I have Joe Cimino, John McMurray, and Chris Bat-Savage.
Joe?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't want to take more time, but I want to be clear to Delaware that we are very sympathetic on this issue as well, but I'm in the same place Mike Luisi is. I just don't see how it fits. I would rather take this up as soon as we can in an addendum process later. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. John McMurray.
Mr. Chair, I'm not opposed to doing this, but I have a question for staff, if I may. I mean, what sort of analysis and time commitment is this going to create, and how is it likely to affect the timeline?
Yeah, John, I just offer a personal comment that given the fact that we probably already have too many issues included in this, at this point to get it through the system in a timely basis. One of my thoughts is at the end of this, when we actually know what we've got for priorities from the board, we should basically ask the staff to look at it from the perspective of which of these issues could be integrated through a different process, either a framework or adaptive management or whatever. So in other words, we're not saying we're not going to move forward with them, but we might move forward with them under a different process. And then they could come back to us at the next meeting and kind of answer that question. I think we'd get a better sense of what's possible and in what timeline and by which methodology. So does that sound like a reasonable thing to ask to address your point?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So I've got Chris Bat-Savage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't support including this in the amendment for the reasons given. Allocation issues are challenging, and although this one could potentially be a little more straightforward, like some allocation issues we've done in the past, it could also get very complicated very quickly, and sometimes the commercial allocations tend to do that. I'd be concerned including it in with the other issues, especially since we've included one issue that looks at options to protect the 2015 year class. That seems to be a little more time sensitive, and I think it would be best to address this in a separate addendum, and in which case I do support you're looking at this, just not in this amendment. Thanks.
Thanks, Chris. Anyone else care to speak in favor of it or opposed? If you want to speak in favor of it, raise your hand now. Any hands up, Tony?
I have Craig Pugh.
You have who?
Craig.
Thank you, David.
Oh, Craig.
Yes, thank
No,
you for
Craig.
that. Yes, I'm certainly in favor
Hey,
of this.
Craig, you're up. Sorry
Yes.
about that.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, I
hope.
can. Thank you.
Okay, good. We've been looking for this movement for a long period of time. Delaware's allocation has been different than the rest of the coastwide allocation in its disbursement, and it's been to our degradation to our economic structure and our fisheries in the state of Delaware, which happened to be one of the points that was brought up Monday in the climate change thing, as far as fishermen and the communities and how they are affected. And I can tell you that this degradation and this lack of recognition of our fishery, as in regards to the rest of the coast, is something that we think of every day, and how the commission goes about responding to this issue that we've had for a number of years. I would say well over 25 at this point. I'm watching New York get reallocated eels. I'm watching different allocations. We did Menhaden. I was there for that in 2017, and we're getting ready to do it again, it looks like. And I kind of wonder why the state of Delaware keeps getting pushed in the corner. I know we're the little state of Delaware, but I would recognize, I would go back to our fishermen and our communities are important to us. This issue is of great and vast importance in our state. As far as I'm concerned, it's our number one issue. We are recognized, or the basin is recognized, as possibly contributing up to 20% to the coastwide allocation, and we're certainly have never been recognized for that, for whatever reasons. But at any rate, our quota is rather minuscule compared to our local neighbors, or maybe even our further neighbors. And we do know that there is some quota out there that already exists, that is not being accessed, and it has not been accessed for well over 7 years. And what we would, and some sort of new distribution of that would be okay, would be fine. But at least some reaction to our plight of 25 years would be a positive for our fisheries in the state of Delaware. And I'm not, if it seems to be the wish of the board to put this in a separate addendum, we're okay with that too. But please address this. This has been going on for way too long, and we're trying to heal the wounds, not make them worse. I got another little story now that I had the floor. I kind of feel like I'm on a different planet sometimes. I prosecuted a shad fishery in the mid-'80s, and mainly because we didn't have striped bass, and striped bass was certainly in a moratorium during that period. And I can tell you we would fish for about 60 days with about 300 yards of webbing. It ranged anywhere from 5.5 to 4-inch webbing, some down to 3.5. And during that period, during those days, it would be from March through April. We would catch 6 striped bass through that 2-month period. That's not the case today. Today, we cannot prosecute other fisheries because our nets fill with striped bass, and we have nowhere to go with them as far as quota goes. And the other fisheries are kind of discounted. We've changed our gear. It's much larger now. We do not necessarily, we don't target the other species anymore because they're kind of out of that marketplace that's in the sweeter spot. So we've gotten much better at like dead discards, and what we catch goes to market. We're proud of that. We've worked at that really hard, and so we're looking for a little recognition here. Thank you, and I appreciate the time.
Craig, thank you very much for the comments. Anyone else who wants to speak on this, please raise your hand.
Okay. I don't know if these are in favor or against anymore, Mr. Chairman, but I have Eric Reed, Jim Gilmore, and Mike Luisi.
Okay, and then after that, I plan to ask for a couple of public comments and then move on to call a question. Eric Reed?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very quickly, I support this motion, but I would also support another mechanism that may be more timely and faster than this amendment. Either way, it has to be addressed. Thank you.
Okay, Jim Gilmore.
Thanks, Chairman. Just in a question, I agree this needs to be looked at, but I share the concern of others that this could slow things down tremendously. So the question is, if we, and amendments typically take a long time to go, if we did this as an addendum, could that run parallel to this? Do we have to wait for the amendments to be completed before we could look at the allocation, or could we run it parallel? And if we could, I think that would be a better way to address this in a more timely manner.
Thanks, Jim. Tony, who was the third person you had on the list?
Mike Luisi.
Mike, you already spoke once?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you already spoke once, so if you want to make a comment, go ahead.
I wanted to make a quick comment to address. So I was kind of where Jim was. And I think that this issue would be better served through an addendum, which wouldn't bog down a couple-year process on an amendment. And that was the question I was going to have for Tony, as far as, or Tony or Bob and staff. You know, if we were to substitute at this point, and I would look to maybe Jim to maybe, or John to make a substitute motion just to initiate an addendum, is that going to really tie staff up at this point as far as trying to do two things at once, or, you know, just looking for guidance on that? Because I think it's something that definitely needs to be addressed, but I don't think it belongs in this amendment, honestly. I mean, that's just where I am.
So, just a comment from the chair's perspective. I would prefer to actually vote on this and see where the vote goes. I still intend to ask the staff at the end of this to go forward and look at whatever the list is we have and figure out, number one, what the workload is, whether or not they can get it done on a timely basis, and whether or not there's another way of accomplishing it. And if they do that, if this passes, it'll be on the list and it'll get included in that evaluation. I'd prefer not to make motions to amend. I think we should just vote it up or down and then deal with it based on the result. So are there any members of the public who want to comment on this? If so, please raise your hand.
I don't see any hands, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so I'm going to take a 4 to 2 minute caucus, and then we'll come back and vote. All right, we're back in session. Tony, are we all connected?
Yes, we are, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. All those in favor of the motion, let me read the motion. Motion to include issue 9, coastal commercial quota allocations in draft amendment 7, made by Mr. Clark and seconded by Dr. Davis. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by raising your hand.
I have New York, Delaware, New Hampshire, Connecticut, Potomac River Fisheries Commission, and Maryland. I will put your hands down. I'm ready.
All those opposed, raise your hand.
I have New Jersey, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Virginia. I'm ready.
All right. Any abstentions?
I have NOAA Fisheries and Fish and Wildlife Service.
2. Any null votes?
1 null vote, Maine.
1 no vote. Okay, so is the count 6-6?
Emily?
That's correct, Mr. Chair, with 2 abstentions and 1 null.
So it's because you were a little broken up. Actually, there's a siren going on in the background someplace. If the vote's 6-6, 2 and 1, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so motion fails for lack of a majority. Okay, I'm gonna ask now, so it's part of the record, that given the fact that this was basically a tie vote, I would like the staff to examine this whole issue in the context of what I discussed earlier, basically to look at it and look at what other mechanisms are available and then report at the next board meeting. I think it's only fair given the fact that it's a tie vote. It stays out of the amendment, so everybody's clear it's going to stay out of the amendment. But if there are options for moving us forward, the staff will provide us guidance.
We'll do that, Mr. Chair, in consultation with John Clark, because we'll need I'll need some specifics from what the state of Delaware is looking for in order to better inform the board of a time frame and mechanism.
John, is that agreeable to you and your delegation?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So in other words, this would be sort of the start of a addendum process, I take it, to address this issue. Tony will get up with me and we'll look at how we can get this moving at the next meeting, I hope. Thanks.
Yeah, the only thing I would comment, John, this does not commit the board to an addendum. All I want is the two staffs to collaborate on it and figure out what needs to get done, what the staff work is, and what an expeditious process is, and then the board will decide at the next meeting whether it moves forward, and if so, how. That all right?
Okay, yeah, that'll work.
All right.
Sure.
Okay. So, Tony, do we have anyone else on the list for motions?
So I have two hands that are up, and I want to, can we open it up to anybody else that has motions? Because I don't know if some people's motions have gone since we've taken care of some things. So on the list, I have John McMurray and then Justin Davis.
All right, John.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We haven't touched on issue 3, management triggers, and there seemed to be a lot of public concern regarding the last trigger that deals with JAIs. So I have a motion. I would move to task the TC with developing options for a more effective standard for a recruitment-based trigger using juvenile abundance indices.
Can you just repeat the last part of that motion, please?
Yes. Developing more effective standard for a recruitment-based trigger using the juvenile abundance indices.
Okay, so we got a motion by John McMurray. Is there a second?
I have Roy Miller.
Seconded by Roy Miller. John, you want to speak to this?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So management trigger 5 defines recruitment failure as 3 consecutive years when a juvenile abundance indice falls below 75% of all values in the time series. That's only occurred once in the entire 63-year history of the Maryland JAI. And that was in 1985 after Amendment 3 had been adopted and the rebuilding plan was in place. It hasn't been tripped despite the poor recruitment we've been seeing in recent years, which has certainly contributed to the current state of the stock. And management trigger 5 needs to be revised to render it more effective. I also think it should probably compel rather than suggest that the management board take action to address low recruitment. And I think that the board should really consider revising that management trigger, maybe do a 3-year rolling average, or by revising the description of recruitment failure. The precise form of that revision should be left up to the TC, but it's definitely a concern we heard from the public during the public hearing process. Thanks.
All right, Roy, you want to comment?
I would just add to what John said that it also may merit looking at the 1-year-old index as well as the juvenile index in case there's an extraordinary mortality event or something of that nature. I just think this whole issue of our juvenile abundance trigger needs another look. Thank you.
All right, so we got a valid motion on the table. Anyone want to speak in favor? If you do, raise your hand, please.
Mr. Chairman, I have Justin Davis.
Justin, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll start by saying I do support this motion, but I've got a question for the maker of the motion. It seems like implicit in this motion is that we're leaving issue 3 in Amendment 7, the management trigger issue. Is the intent here that we would only be going forward taking a look at the recruitment-based trigger and not potentially taking a look at the other triggers within the FMP?
John?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, the intent was that we would only look at the JAI or trigger 5. If you want to add or make a friendly amendment to make that specific, I would certainly accept it.
Justin, do you want me to come back to you?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I would ask, would it be appropriate to deal with this motion, vote it up or down, and then potentially entertain motions relative to the other triggers that are included under issue 3? Or would you rather just sort of deal with it all now?
Well, if you have a suggestion so we can make it comprehensive so we don't have to have multiple motions, I think it'll actually speed things up. You could
Mr. Chairman,
suggest you could suggest to John that the motion be perfected, John and Roy, that it be perfected in the following manner. Justin, if you want a minute, if you want a minute to think about that, I'll take some people on the no side.
You have to probably put the.
Sure, that sounds like a plan. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so on the no side, obviously, Justin is going to work on a variant of this. Who would like to speak in opposition? If you're in opposition, please raise your hand.
Hey, then, if you don't mind.
Lucy, are you in opposition or were you in favor?
I already asked for the people in favor, and the only hand went up was Justin.
No, so Mr. Chairman, I'm in favor of including this, but I don't know that we need to get into the specifics of the triggers. I think, like we have done with the other issues, we should just include it and let the plan development team, working with staff and working with the board, develop it over time rather than getting into the details of each one of the triggers. The way we've been working today has been more, it's been a little bit more high level. And so I think that that's where we need to be.
Thanks, Mike. Somebody has a open mic because I'm hearing discussions. Anyone in opposition to this who would like to speak?
I'm Tom Fody.
Tom Fody, you're up.
I'm in opposition to breaking it out. We should just move the whole thing, include it into the document, not just the juvenile recruitment-based triggers. So until we basically put everything together, I'm not supporting
it. Mr. Chair, can I take a crack at perfecting the motion?
Actually, John, before you do that, let me see if Justin wants to verbalize his thoughts, and then I'll come directly back to you. So, Justin,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, but I think I'd rather defer to John and give him first crack if he wants to try to clarify the motion.
Okay, so John, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I would move that female SSB and fishing mortality triggers and rebuilding schedules be removed from consideration for draft amendment 7 and to task the TC with developing options for a more effective standard for a recruitment-based trigger using the juvenile abundance indices.
All right, so this would be a substitute motion. Is that what you're, or a perfected motion? John, is that what you're suggesting? Because I've got to get Roy Miller's permission.
If that's the easiest way to do it, yes.
Okay, so Roy, is it agreeable to you to perfect this motion?
Yes.
Okay, so John, if you could repeat that slowly, the staff will take this motion off and then you can put the revised motion on the board.
Okay. Move that the female SSB and fishing mortality triggers and rebuilding schedules be removed from consideration for draft amendment 7, and to task the TC with developing options for a more effective standard for a recruitment-based trigger using the juvenile abundance indices.
John, just a point of clarification. We already removed the rebuilding schedule from the amendment. I'm correct, Emily, right?
That is correct.
Yeah. So I don't think we
Okay,
need that motion.
so let's go ahead and delete that then.
And my other question to you, John, just while you're still perfecting, are you trying to only be able to look at the recruitment-based triggers within a juvenile abundance indice, or is that one of maybe 2 or 3 ways that you could,
No, the intent is to only look at trigger 5.
Okay. But could they look at that trigger with something other than a juvenile abundance index? I don't know what it would be, but I'm just putting it out there.
I think leaving that option open for the TC would be a good idea, yes. So why don't we delete using the juvenile abundance indices?
Okay. And we know that that is one, through this record, we'll know that that is one of the things that we want to look at.
Okay. Mr. Chair, would you like me to read that again into the record?
Please.
Move that the female SSB and fishing mortality triggers be removed from consideration for draft amendment 7, and to task the TC with developing options for a more effective standard for a recruitment-based trigger.
So that's a motion by Mr. McMurray, and as I understand it, it's still seconded by Mr. Miller. Roy, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so we have a motion, discussion, pros on the motion. Anyone want to speak in favor of the motion? Tony?
I see no hands up currently.
Okay. Anyone want to speak in opposed to the motion? Raise your hand.
I see 2 hands. Nope, 3 hands. Mike Luisi, Tom Fody, and Max Appelman.
Mike Luisi?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So while I appreciate the interest of considering what we do with the triggers, what I don't like at this point is that we're being specific about which elements of the triggers of Amendment 6 are being considered for change. I think we went through a process over the summer this year. We had a working group that spoke about the challenges that the triggers present regarding timing for management change. and for incorporation of new science into those triggers. And I think I am completely comfortable with exploring how the triggers set themselves forward. You know, how they present. You know, I'm completely fine with how the triggers are evaluated, but singling out just the recruitment trigger and leaving everything else alone is not something I can support. I think it needs to be, the entire trigger mechanism needs to be reevaluated. And honestly, I'm just going to say it, you know, over the last few hours, we have cut and diced up this amendment to the point where, you know, we took a lot of really important things out of it. And I'm frustrated, and, you know, but, you know, if triggers are something that we can still focus on, because triggers are going to be what dictate our management actions. And so I think this needs to be evaluated holistically and not just one of the many triggers that we have. And I'm not going to support this motion, but I do support maintaining the trigger portion of this amendment in the amendment. So thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Tom Foti.
Mike said, I support what Mike just said. I'll keep it short.
Okay, thanks for being brief, Tom. Max.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I agree with Mike. And I agree with the sentiment about the recruitment trigger for sure. But I think all 5 of these triggers need a fair scrub. They worked very well for most of the time under Amendment 6, but given the last 2 assessment cycles, I think it's pretty clear that they could benefit from an update that aligns more with the realities of what we're seeing. A highly variable F, and these triggers are based on point estimates, and I don't think it's going to fare well for the board and the public and the stakeholders moving forward with each iteration of the assessment. So I'm hoping that all of the management triggers get a fair scrub in Amendment 7.
Let me ask one more time, because we only had one, I think either no one or one person spoke in favor. Anybody that wants to speak in favor at this point, raise your hand.
You have John McMurray, the maker of the motion, with his hand up.
John, you've had 2 bites of the apple, so please be quick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very quickly, just to be clear, the public was very, very clear that it wants to maintain all these triggers and to take them out of the document, except for the 5th trigger. And that's why I tried to just address that trigger. Thanks.
Okay, so are we ready for a vote on this? Are there any members of the public that want to comment on it? And if so, raise your hand at this point.
Mr. Chair, I don't have a member of the public, but Mike Luisi has his hand up.
Mike?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if this is the appropriate time, but I think following the procedure that we've used over the last, I don't know, 4 or 5 hours, 4 hours now, I would be inclined to make a motion to substitute, and staff might have to help me here on what alternative this is, but I would be inclined to make a motion to allow, just to reconsider triggers in this amendment and let staff work on things and talk with industry and with management and the PDT and try, you know, come up with a different approaches for how these triggers could be more well integrated based on the timing and the issues that came up during our working group sessions, where there were a number of things that were considered to be problematic. So I don't know if you could help me out. If you can help me out with a motion, I'd be inclined to make that motion to include this trigger alternative in the plan, not just for the recruitment-based triggers, but for all the triggers to be reconsidered. If you're willing to accept that as a motion to substitute, or yeah, I guess
Well,
it's not an amendment, it's a motion to substitute.
You're entirely within your rights to make a substitute or.
So how about I do this?
Motion to amend, but you've got to be specific on the language.
Yeah, I can be specific. Motion to substitute to keep management triggers in Amendment 7 for analysis and consideration by the board.
All right, we have a motion to substitute. Is there a second by Ms. Luisi?
I have Mike Armstrong.
Mike Armstrong?
And
okay,
Mike,
so
your mic is open.
Yep, I'm going to close it right now. Thanks.
Okay, so Mike Luisi's already spoken to it. Mike Armstrong, you want to speak to it?
Yeah, I don't have a lot to add. I think I was part of the working group, and we did look at all these triggers, and they're a little bit problematic. And I think they could be tweaked to be more effective and keep us from chasing our tail a little bit too much without getting rid of their effectiveness.
All right, so you've heard from the maker of the motion and the seconder. Anyone want to speak in favor of this motion? If you do so, please raise your hand.
I see one hand, Max Appleman. Nope, two, Justin David.
Okay, Max, and then Justin, and then I'll go to the noes.
Yeah, thanks. So I definitely support this motion. And I'll just add that I don't think this is going to add, it's not a very analytical topic in my mind to let the PDT go to the drawing board, do some retrospective analysis maybe. But I don't see this really slowing down progress on Amendment 7. So I support the motion, and I do hope that this passes.
Right, Justin Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm really torn on this, but I think I am going to support this substitute motion. I agree with John McMurray that I think the primary or the priority should be taking a look at that recruitment-based trigger. But I think it's fair at this point to keep this issue in as a whole and take a look at these management triggers. I don't want anyone to construe that with sort of an attitude that we ought to relax these triggers and make it easier for the management, for the board to avoid a management response when the stock is overfished or goes into overfishing. If anything, we could take a look at these triggers and find ways to make them more strict, or find ways to make them more effective at spurring the board into action. I do think it's really important to have effective triggers. I guess I'm not ready at this point to remove the entire issue other than the recruitment-based trigger from the document. I would like to see some more consideration and some more analysis, but I will be down the road looking at it through that lens of ensuring that we have effective triggers in place that will, sort of hold the board's feet to the fire and make us take effective management action when the stock is overfished or in overfishing. Thanks.
Thanks, Justin. If someone would like to speak in opposition to the motion, please raise your hand at this point.
I don't have any hands up.
Okay, let me just ask. We've done the pros and cons. Are there any members of the public that want to speak on this?
Just giving a moment. I see no hands.
Okay, so does the board want to caucus on this? 1 minute caucus?
I see a hand for a caucus.
Okay, so we'll have a 1 minute caucus.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, at the end, if we do indeed keep all of the management triggers in. I'm clear what the board is looking for the trigger 5, but I think we will need some guidance for the PDT for these other triggers on what types of changes or options you may be looking for. So we would be looking for that afterwards.
All right, so are you ready for the question?
Yes.
Given the lack of no votes on this, could I see a show of hands of individuals that are opposed to it?
I have 2 hands, North Carolina and New York.
In New York. So we better vote on it. We've got more than one. So all those in favor of the motion to substitute, please signify by raising your hand.
Okay, I'll read that list. Delaware, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, New Jersey, Rhode Island, Maine, NOAA Fisheries, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Pennsylvania, Connecticut, Virginia, Potomac River Fisheries Commission, and Maryland. I'll put the hands down. And I'm ready.
All those opposed?
New York and North Carolina. I'm ready.
Any abstentions?
No abstentions.
Any null votes?
No null votes.
Okay, so the motion passes. What I have is 13-2-0-0. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so motion passes. What other issues do we need to deal with?
Mr. Chair, this is Emily. The only issue the board has not addressed so far is issue number 8, recreational accountability.
Okay, let's deal with that issue.
Mr. Chairman, I believe you need to vote on the main motion.
Oh, excuse me. Thank you very much for pointing that out. So now we have a main motion has been substituted. Given the vote, is there any objection to approving it by consensus? Anyone object?
I see no hands.
No hands. The motion stands approved by consensus. Thank you very much for pointing that out. Okay, so as was noted, we have one more issue to deal with, recreational accountability. Someone care to make a motion on it?
I have Mike Armstrong.
Mike, you're up.
Thank you. Motion to, I'm sorry, which one is it? Motion to remove item 8, recreational accountability from further consideration in Amendment 7.
And Richie White is your seconder.
All right, so we have a motion by Mr. Armstrong, second by Richie White. Discussion on the motion. If you're in favor of the motion, raise your hand and I'll call on you.
Mr. Chair, could I speak first?
Yeah, I'm just trying to move this along. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Mike, and then I'll call on Richie.
No, the concept of accountability, of course, everyone embraces it, but with using MRIP data, it is a fool's errand to try and use a hard quota type system with recreational fisheries. The data moves around because of randomness, because of weather, because of movement of fish, and it has nothing to do with a good faith effort to put in rules
to control things. So I think we've seen accountability is a big mess in fluke and other fisheries. So I oppose it.
Richie?
Mike said it all. Thanks.
All right, so anyone that wants to speak in favor of the motion, please raise your hand and I'll call on you.
I have Dave Sikorsky, Jason McNamee, and Mike Luisi.
Okay, so David?
Yes, sir. So thank you. I support this motion because this term has gotten this issue all wrong. Recreational angler accountability causes certain assumptions out there as the public discusses this, and I think what we're trying to do here is better account for recreational catch. The previous speakers, had some really important points on that, and I just want to flag the concept that all of us as member states that all have recreational fisheries really have a responsibility to focus on what we can do on a local level, maybe addressing certain low-hanging fruit, if you will. So, for example, in Maryland, our for-hire fishery has accepted some electronic reporting, which helps in accountability in the recreational sector, and it's a great example of steps they've taken in the last year. And we know that the private recreational angler is willing to do what it takes to better manage this fishery, and all fisheries. But we just have to develop some tools, and it's going to take a lot of hard work and funding. And frankly, I think climate change focus is a fresh new way to maybe look at some of this and really try and find the balance between using this resource and protecting it when necessary. So thank you.
Jason?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very much support everything that has been said so far. I also just wanted to note, I think a lot of this discussion got conflated with the conservation equivalency discussion, just from my perception of the, the discussion during the public hearings. But it's not that I'm against accountability. I think accountability is great. It's just, I don't think we have the tools available to do that in a meaningful way in the recreational fishery at this point. So I am supportive of this motion. Thank you.
Mike Luisi, I think.
Yeah, I'll support. Real quick, I'll echo what the other speaker said. Dave Sikorsky spoke to the issue that I was going to bring up, so Maryland's going to support this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. If someone would like to speak in opposition to the motion, please raise your hand.
I have two hands, Joe Cimino and Jim Gilmore.
Could you repeat the first one, Tony?
I have Joe Cimino and Jim Gilmore, as well as Eric Reed.
Okay, so Joe Cimino, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have concerns with this issue on both sides. It's amazing to me that some of the same people that feel the data aren't usable for this are the same ones that say that folks that try and use conservation equivalency should be held accountable to the same exact data. But there are some challenges here, and I do not think that the recreational fishing community should necessarily be held accountable to the estimates, but I wouldn't entirely be opposed to exploring this more. That's not to say that I'm speaking for all of New Jersey here.
Jim Gilmore.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. And I'm not in opposition to the motion, but I'll follow along with what Joe just said. We can't do this because of the information, the data we have to track it, but that does not mean it is not a significant problem. And in the last 2 weeks since the season opened, I've gotten, I won't go into the details, but 2 blatant disregards by recreational fishermen for any of the rules we have. And again, that may be related to COVID, and I think that's exactly the excuse we have. But I think we need to continue discussing how we're going to get some accountability, despite the fact that we don't have a good system now. But I will support the motion because I think at least it's as Mike said, a fool's errand at this point. Thank you.
Eric Reed.
Well, if this is a fool's errand, I guess it makes me a fool. So that's the first point I guess I should make. You know, I recognize the magnitude of this topic. This is a giant effort to rebuild striped bass. And in my mind, turning a blind eye to accountability is really counterproductive. The main component of this fishery is an open access fishery. And if you look at MRIP effort data from 2015 to 2020, and you plug in all modes, all oceans, it shows that effort from 2019 pre-COVID to 2020 during COVID was up 8%. And it also shows that it was up 17% over the entire time series. And actually, 3 or 4 states had the highest effort on striped bass in the time series. So, you know, it's a runaway train. Equity in this fishery as a whole, meaning both open access and the limited access portions, beg for accountability. You know, earlier today, I think it was about 12 hours ago, an effort by a joint action effort that we probably all know about with the Mid-Atlantic and the Commission, the Recreational Reform Initiative was mentioned as maybe being something that could deal with this. But in my opinion, it will not have a direct impact or bearing on striped bass, which is solely managed by the Commission. So for these reasons, this fool opposes this motion. Thank you.
All right, so let me go back and ask one more time. Anybody want to speak in favor?
I have Pat Gear's hand up. I don't know if it's in favor or against. But his hand.
It's against.
We'll let you go whichever direction you want to go in.
Okay. All right, I appreciate that. I mean, I completely understand the concerns with, you know, the data isn't quite there, and we're concerned, you know, the fool's errand and things like that. But, you know, we don't have any accountability in our recreational fishery for striped bass. And, you know, we're saying the MRAP data isn't good enough. Well, in Virginia, with our cobia fishery, which our PSEs are a lot worse than they are for striped bass, we just recently had to take a 41% cut in our harvest because of the MRAP numbers, because of an accountability measure that's in that plan. So I'm kind of concerned about not having any recreational accountability at all. And I understand the concerns with trying to have something, but we need to really start looking at this more carefully. If we're gonna allow conservation equivalency, there's got to be some accountability for those plans.
Thanks, Pat. Anyone else want to speak on this? Anyone any hands up, Tony?
You have Emerson Hasbrook, Mike Luisi, and Eric Reed put his hand back up.
I'm only going to call on people once. So give me the list again, please. Mike Luisi already spoke.
So the only person that has not spoken is Emerson.
Okay, so Emerson, you're the last speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so when you call the question, we're going to need time to caucus here because I'm opposed to this motion. We need to we really need to start a discussion about accountability in the recreational fishery. I mean, there was some discussion a few hours ago about how, we set standards to reduce fishing mortality, and then we don't meet those targets, and then there's no accountability for that. If we're going to go forward, and if we're going to rebuild this resource, and if we're going to rebuild it in a timely manner, recreational accountability has to be part of this. And I think some people are confusing accountability with accounting. Those are two different things. But we need to have accountability here. If we're going to start, if we're going to establish some targets in terms of how we're going to build this resource, and if we don't meet them, then what are we going to do? Accountability gives us the ability to do something about that. Thank you.
Thanks, Emerson. Tony, are there any members of the public that want to speak to this?
Giving a second to have hands up. I see Patrick Paquette and Mike Wayne.
Okay, so Patrick, you're up. If you would limit your comment to a minute, please. And then Mike Wayne is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Patrick Paquette from the Massachusetts Striped Bass Association. The subject is a valid subject, but it should be dealt with at the policy board level at the ASMFC, so that there's a comprehensive policy regarding how to approach this subject. From a personal point of view, anglers in the Northeast absolutely begged ASMFC not to go to two fish. Anglers in the Northeast absolutely begged ASMFC to react as we saw the first 7 out of 10 years of decline in juvenile recruitment. And the ASMFC continued to let more catch 'em all and kill 'em all states. We would love to not pay the consequences for overfishing in other states in Massachusetts, where we've been begging for conservation, more restriction on striped bass harvest up and down the coast. If we're going to talk about recreational accountability, get ready for a state-by-state discussion, because we're quite frankly tired of greedy states putting us in positions that are ruining our fisheries.
Thank you, Patrick. Mike Wayne?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mike Wayne with ASA. Yeah, I feel like we've tried to address this at the federal level through the rec management reform. You know, the anglers are accountable to the management measures. You all set the size limits, the bag limits, and the seasons, and the anglers go out and follow that. And so if those measures miss the mark in terms of what is supposed to be achieved, the accountability is on the managers. And I would echo the comments that have been made, like the data do not support, the MREP data do not support point estimates and using those to evaluate performance on an annual basis. And that's what we're trying to do with the rec reform in the Mid-Atlantic and trying to keep this at a level where it makes sense. So I wish I had a little bit more time, but I'll yield back. Thanks.
Thanks, Mike. So I'm going to declare a 1-minute caucus, and then we're going to vote on it. Tony, you ready?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so all those in favor of the motion, please signify by raising your hand.
I have Delaware, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, New Jersey, Maine, NOAA Fisheries, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Connecticut, North Carolina, and Maryland. I will put the hands down and I'm ready for the next vote.
All those opposed, raise your hand.
I have New York, Rhode Island, Pennsylvania, Virginia, and Potomac River Fisheries Commission. I'm ready for the next.
All right, all those who wish to abstain, raise your hand.
No abstentions.
No abstentions, any null votes?
No null votes.
Do I have it correct? 10-5-0-0?
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's correct.
Okay, so the motion passes. Any other issues to come before the board today? And let me just add that I realize there are a number of other issues under other types of suggestions, and my recommendation would be to take those up at the next board meeting. We're obviously going to have to revisit a number of the decisions we made today, and I still think it's desirable now that the board knows what the tasks are, what the priorities are for the commission, for the staff to look at it from the perspective of what is the workload, how much can get done in a reasonable period of time, and are there other mechanisms to work on some of these issues, which with the intent that it would slim down the amendment. And if the staff does that and then reports at the next meeting based on whatever the recommendation is from the staff, we could decide whether or not we wanted to pursue some of these through alternative strategies. Is that agreeable to the board?
Environmental, yeah. Can I ask a real quick question, Mr. Chairman, to staff?
Yep, Mike Luisi.
Yeah, thank you very much. It'll be 30 seconds. So Tony and Emily, do you plan to have an advisory panel meeting between now and August, the August meeting? Or do you think that you're going to be working on developing this and have a meeting at post-August? Because my question earlier had to do with advisory panel membership, which I can hold off on until August. And I can work with the commission chair, Mr. Kelleher, on something that with the policy board that we were considering maybe adding a commercial interest to the state of Maryland. So any feedback would be helpful.
I don't think we would, Mike.
Okay.
I don't think we'll have enough direction on to take any issues to the AP yet. So I don't anticipate a meeting.
Yeah, so if we put our package together for the August meeting, that'll be fine. And then we'll have a full AP because we lost a few people through attrition and just other reasons. So, okay, that's all I had. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that. It gives me good guidance for getting things ready for the next couple months. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Mike. We've got, is there anything else under this agenda item to come forward, Tony or Emily?
I have Jim Gilmore with his hand up.
Jim?
Mr. Chairman, do we need a overarching motion to move the as amended today over to the plan development team?
I'll defer to Tony.
We do not, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So is there any other business under this agenda item? If
Mr.
not,
Chair,
we'll move on to the AP recommendation. And then Mike Luisi asked for a minute under other business.
I think Mike Luisi just said he doesn't need his minute under the other business because he can hold off until August. And I'm just going to note that Emily and I are going to just take a quick glance at the PDT membership and confirm with the states that all of those individuals are still available to continue working on the document, as it's been almost a year since we've had folks meeting to work on the document. And we'll come back in August with probably more questions and directions for the board in the development of these options or sections.
Tony, that sounds good. My only suggestion is if you need board input on the PDT issues, composition, whatever, just communicate to the board via email if you need input.
That's the plan.
Okay. Any other business? We're on the AP issue. Tony, who's handling that?
I can do it if you'd like.
Okay.
For the board's consideration, you have in your materials the nomination form for John Worthington, a recreational angler from North Carolina. I submit to you his nomination for approval of the AP.
Any comments on this? Any objections to approving this without, by consensus? Right? Any
I think we
hands
need
up,
some-
Tony?
Mr. Chair, I just need someone to make the motion. I
Um,
need a
so-
hand. I have Jim Gilmore is making the motion and Bill Gorham is seconding it.
Okay, so, any discussion on this?
Bill
Any
Gorham,
object? Any hands up?
Bill Gorham.
Bill? Bill, would you like to comment on this? Or Jim?
No, Mr. Chairman, I read his background and I think it would be a welcome addition.
Okay, any objection to approving this by consent? Any hands up?
I see no hands up.
Okay, so the nomination stands approved without objection. Any other business to come before the board?
I see
Any
no
hands
hands.
up?
No hands.
Okay, so I guess we're.
Mr. Chairman, just want to thank you for doing a great job getting us through this difficult process in one day. Thanks.
I just raised my hand to second that. Thank you, staff and
Thanks,
Mr. Chairman.
Richie.
I just want to know, where's hospitality tonight?
Yeah, exactly. Okay,
It's already
thank
started.
Thank you very much. And let me just take 1 second to thank all the staff members that have worked on this, particularly Emily and Tony and Katie in the office and Tina on advisory reports. This is a good team effort and they've all done a very admirable job. So thank you very much for all your work. The meeting stands adjourned.
Thanks so much, Maya.
Thanks, Maya. I'm gonna leave the meeting for all. Is that okay?
Yep, sounds good.
All right.